Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Good morning, good morning. It's a lovely Sunday morning. It was dark when I got here this morning. What's happened to summer, really? But it's going to be a lovely day here today, and I'm joined by the lovely Anna later. And she's got some amazing quilts. You can see some of the cushions behind me. Look at those, aren't they gorgeous? And there's more, there's lots more. But first, we have our early bird. Now, I've been having a little play with it. So our early bird is, let's listen to the tweets. It should be $7.99. This morning it is going down to $5.99. What is it? It is heat press batting together. Basically it's a tape. It's a lovely little tape with a fusible backing to it, and you use it to fuse your batting pieces or your wadding pieces together. Now I've got, rather than, when you've got little pieces left, because when you get a piece of wadding or roll of wadding or whatever, meterage, whatever you get, you find that you cut a bit out and then you've got strips left or you've got squares left. You can patch these together without making a bulky seam by sewing them together using this tape. It's basically got a glue on one side. Now you can feel the glue, it sort of feels lumpy. And it has got some bias in it. Now the reason I say that is actually that makes it quite useful. Now I've got these tiny little squares here just to show you how to use this. But I've been having a play because this is not all it's good for. So I put it on. Just see, I've just butted these up together. So no lapping, you don't have to lap them. You just butt them up together like that and then you use your iron. Now you can use it. This is on a cotton batting or wadding, And I'm just sort of putting it on there gently. You could put a press cloth on top. I'm an advocate of using press cloths normally. And you just put it on. Now I've got the temperature set at just a medium, a sort of wall setting. But it does mean what you've got there, you can use smaller pieces by putting them together, and having put them together like that, you're reducing waste, of course, but not only are you reducing waste, you can get bigger pieces of batting here, put together like this, and then you can use all your bits and pieces up, but you haven't got ugly ridges where you've had to overlap them to sew them together. So instead you just butt them together. Now, of course, chances are you would be using bigger pieces than I'm using here. This is just an example, just to show you how it is. Now, well, funnily enough, everybody that's checked out so far has multi-bought this, which is not surprising. It's lovely. I've got to tell you, I didn't cut these squares. Now, I'm telling you that I didn't cut these squares because they're not square. Did I, Hannah? No. No. So, so I'm just going to do that one as well along there just to show you. But I want to show you something else as well. I'm going to do this one. You can see how easy it is. Now, of course, as I say, you won't necessarily be cutting and putting together little squares like this. You'll be actually working on bigger pieces, which is fine. You can do strips. I often have strips left over when you want virtually the whole piece, but then you get a long strip. And sometimes that's what you need. You need a long strip to put behind bindings or in facings and all sorts. So you can use this. So you could use this for sewing into facings as well, if you wanted to join smaller pieces of sewing into facing. So there I've just turned 4 small pieces into one bigger piece, and that's fine now. That can use as batting. But that's not all you can do. Now you are making a saving today, remember. $5.99. It will go back up to $7.99 at midnight tonight. So you will make that £2 saving by buying this. And I should say, what has it got here? It's got 10 yards and it's 3/4 inch wide. It's a cloth tape, but as I say, it's got a fusible backing, and you can feel that fusible backing on it. So you know to put the fusible side down. Now you see what I've done here? This is working on a cotton fabric. And I have just turned up a hem on the cotton fabric, and I'm going to use this to cover that raw edge of the hem and then iron it in place. Now when I did this earlier, just to try it, do you like this little iron? It's a new little iron. It's a new iron. You've seen we always use these little irons on the show because they're lovely and convenient to use, but this is a new one, and we have got this on the show today. It's in this first hour. We'll talk about it properly later. So there I have, look at that. I have just taken up a hem. So another use for this tape, you've got a nice hem taken up, covering the raw edges. Nice and quick way of taking up your school trousers. But the other thing I liked about it, so I'm just going to say one more thing, is I thought, now will it go, because it's got a bit of stretch in it, in the tape, will it go round a curve nicely? Yes, it will. So again, this is very rough and ready. I've literally done it in the last sort of minute or two. So again, I've turned up a curved hem, and this is a nice curve on it. So if you're making circular skirts or anything on the round, you can use this as well. So you can just lay it on. So notice what I'm doing is I'm actually laying it on, covering the raw edge. And again, I'm just going to iron that in place. And it takes up a nice curved edge without getting any bumps and lumps. You only have to take up the one curve. You haven't got to turn it twice. No double turn going on. And there I have it. Goes around that curve without any lumps and bumps. And look at that. Nice curved hem. So I'm sold on this product. See, I've just tried it for the first time today. That's its original use, which I did know, but now I've used it for something else as well, because I always like to push things to their ends. See what else can we do with it? And I'm sure there'll be other things. I'm sure other people can come and tell us what they all are. So that is our early bird, $5.99. It should be $7.99, and it will go back up at midnight tonight. It is obviously while stocks last today as well. This is the packaging, very simple, and that's the roll of tape in this. There are 10 yards. This is how it will come to you, like this, and it tells you how to do it. It does actually say that you can turn up hem, so it does tell you how to do that as well. There's me thinking I've discovered something new for it, but it actually says it on there as well. Maybe that was subliminal. So what else have we got for you today? So let's look at the menu. We have got threads and stash builders. So what I have here is I've got some lovely fat quarters, I've got some books, I've got some amazing threads, and of course we've got some wadding, chunk of which we've cut out. I'm going to move over to the other side, but I need to unplug my iron and take it with me whilst I continue to read. Oh, okay. All right, okay. Plug it back in again. Okay, then we have Over the Rainbow Quilt with Anna Sanders from Alice Caroline. Now, I've been speaking to her. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? And what we're doing today is the first 3 of the panels. So basically you buy it block by block. We buy it block by block. And this is Liberty print, but not just Liberty. Tana Lawn. Ah, superb. 10 o'clock we have pre-cuts. So pre-cuts are things like fat quarters and designer rolls. We're going to focus on designer rolls, and we've got some books to go with that too. And then at 11 we're back with Anna Saunders from Alice Caroline doing a flower power cushion, which is already, isn't that absolutely superb? It's already going on pre-order. So saying that, do remember you can pre-order. If you go onto the website www.sewingstreet.com, click watch live, and then you can look and buy pre-order. And we have at 12 o'clock dressmaking fabrics with 20% off. We will be crashing those prices as we go. But don't forget, 10 o'clock is also the last of our manager special. We've been having these all week, and we're going to bring back our favourite of the week as well. So we've got a brand new one, which I still don't know what it is. So watch it at 10 o'clock and you will see what we've got at 10 o'clock as our Neil still continues to work from home, I believe. We'll see that in just a minute. We've got a special video from him for it. So just to remind you, how do you get in touch? So just in case you're new, because obviously if you're not, you'll know this. You email the studio@sewingstreet.com, and that goes straight through to Hannah. And you can also get in touch through Facebook at Sewing Street TV. And you can also watch live. So you go to the website, which is www.sewingstreet.com. Click on watch live. And then if you scroll down, you can actually see the products that we've got on sale here. So they are pre-order, which means that you can order them before we actually go online. It will go into 2 columns, which is today's show products for pre-order, and then you can also click on the different pre-orders. So you can go on down, if you go down there, you can see what there is on the shows today, and you can pre-order, which means you can order it before we actually get it onto the show. You might want to do this if you know you're going out, or you might want to do it to make sure you definitely get that product, because sometimes they are limited quantities. Look at those Liberty fabrics, oh gorgeous. Okay, so let's just do this little iron that I've just been using here. So we have these little irons on, and you've seen us using them before, but we have difficulty getting the ones we've been using before, but we've got this one. This one is the same sort of idea. It's a mini steam iron. It comes with a little pouch, and it is back in stock last week. It's just $26.99, plus of course post and packing. You've got your different temperatures on it. Now ours comes with a UK plug, by the way, so we did check that with the box. The image said European, but it does come with a UK plug. It has got the different temperatures. It has got a little tank, so you can fill it up with water, put steam iron on. This small, it is a lovely good quality iron, and it's got little feet to stand it on, so you make sure you stand it up when you've got. It's got a lovely long lead, which is really useful. Yes, this is brilliant. If you put this, and if you have one of these lovely mats, which I do now because I got it as soon as it came back in stock, and you put this by your sewing machine, when you have to iron those little seams in between doing things, it's a lot easier to do it when you've got a little iron like this. And yes, it's hot. I wouldn't say you'd use this instead of your big iron for your weekly ironing, but certainly when you're doing patchwork quilting, dressmaking, anything that you're doing when you need to iron quickly. So if let's get back this, I'm sorry it's grey, it's a bit grey on a grey morning. This is good for people with dexterity issues as well. It's got a nice sort of rounded handle, which I'm actually sort of holding differently just so that you can see it. It's quite lightweight. Now I haven't got any steam going on here because I haven't got any water in it. It does actually, yes, I mean steam is great to get creases out, and of course you can also use best press as well, but it can actually stretch fabric, and you don't always want to do that, particularly when you're doing patchwork and quilting, and the last thing you need to do is stretch the fabric so that the seams don't fit. But you can see it's just a nice easy iron to use. Pop it on its heels, which it sits up nicely when it's finished. You have got a steam button, so you can press your steam button in or out to make the steam work. You've got a temperature control, so you can go from 1, which is sort of your silks and things, to woolens, to cottons and linens. So it has everything a big iron has. It's just diddy. Now the picture on the web does show a European plug, but we do have UK plugs on it. So it's a lovely little iron, very useful, £26.99. That's a good price on one of these little travel irons, and it does come with a little pouch, and it also does come with a little pot that you put the water in, so it's easy to fill it up with water. So yeah, love it. Now this one's opened, it can go home with me. Shall we go and have a look at some of these lovely fabrics and waddings that we've got? I will unplug this, or I'll turn it off. Okay, what have we got over here? We have got some lovely wadding. Now I was just using a piece of wadding just now to show you how to use that tape. So this is the one that I was using. So this is the bag that it comes in. Now this is called crib size. It's 114 times 152, or old money 45 by 60 inches. Now crib size, I immediately start imagining a little cot. Oh no, no, no. This is what came in that packet, apart from the little bit that I cut off, well actually Hannah cut off. Let me, oh, I'm not sure I can show you the whole piece, look, but this is it. Can you see? Big! People tend to think, because it's £10.99, that you are literally getting a cot size piece, but you're not. It is this big. I mean, for me, this is a lap quilt size. This is quite a few cushion covers. If you want to do the Alice Quilt Caroline, the Alice Caroline cushions later, lots of C's going on there, this is perfect for that as well. So this is this lovely cotton batting. So very nice. It's 80-20. So it's 80% cotton and 20% polyester. And this is what you will get. You'll find this is a lovely one to work with. It's lovely to sew. It's called Heirloom, Hobbs Heirloom, which is a great brand. But we also have, as well as this, which is lovely. Look at me, I've just put that back in there. We mustn't sell this one, Hannah, because it's got a chunk missing. You can hand or machine quilt it up to 4 inches apart. So it's really good, really lovely, and lovely. It is lovely to work with. If you haven't used this wadding before, for £10.99, it's worth getting it. I think you'll become a convert. I mean, I use it for bag projects, I use it for cushion covers, and of course for the occasional quilt that I make. It's really good. Wall hangings, table mats, anything like that. It's lovely. It's a nice wadding without being too bulky, but you still have that depth with it. This one is also lovely. Now this one is a polyester, and again it's crib size, so it's the same size as that other one. It's a nice big piece, so it looks much smaller than you expect it to when you pull it out. It squishes down. Now this is polyester, it's machine washable and it's non-allergenic, which is really good if you need to worry about things like that. And it's got a down-like softness, so it feels sort of spongy and down-like, which means it's a higher loft, which means it's more bulky that way. So that is really nice. So again, that's absolutely fabulous. And if you do quilting with this, you'll find real definition in the depth of the quilt. But again, you can use it for other projects too, for bag making, for cushions. I quite like it if you put it behind the cushion front and then you do hand or machine stitching on it, you get definition into the design. So this is a really good one. And again, this one is £8.99, same size, 45 by 60 inch or 114 by 152 centimetres. So I would get both. If you're sitting there thinking, which do I get, which do I get? If you get both, you can try them out and you can see which you prefer, and you will have plenty to do cushion covers and maybe a lap quilt, obviously a cot quilt, etc. Lots to work with there. Now we've also, oh yes, we've got some H640 in the bag too. Now this comes in a metre by 90 centimetre piece. So H640 is an iron-on fleece. So again, it's an alternative to this. It is, so when I say iron-on, it's fusible. So it's fusible on one side. And you can use this for dressmaking as well as other crafty projects. And again, I don't know if you can see it, but you can feel there's glue. You can see the little dots of glue all over that. So you fuse it or iron it on to the reverse of your project. Again, this is really good for cushion covers when you're going to do a plique or when you're going to do any sort of stitching and you want a little bit more definition and support behind the fabric. So this is a really nice one as well. This is £6.99. If your pattern calls for fusible fleece, this is what they're referring to. It's not, I think it's a bit too flat to do a whole quilt. That's why you have wadding instead. So this one is more for, as I say, to put behind things when you're going to stitch on them. So bag makers use this. This is good for bag makers. Or if you're doing small projects like pencil cases, glasses cases, fabric storage bags and things like that. It's always good to have in your stash. It's just 3 pieces that I'd think, did we call this stash builder? We should have called this a stash builder. Definitely is worthwhile having in your stash. I'm going to move those. June, oh yes, so another. This is another one. If you don't have a fusible wadding, you've got a regular wadding, so you've used one of the other 2 waddings, this is really, really handy. Because when you're putting your layers together in quilting, now listen to me talking as if I know what I'm talking about. I do know this. But if you're putting your layers together, you normally would pin them with like the curved pins, or you have to stitch, and you tend to work from the inside to the out to smooth out all the layers and keep them all flat together. Hey, use this. Use this. This is an equivalent. This is equivalent to 505 spray, and this is by June Taylor, who is well known for her quilting supplies. So basically you can secure your quilt batting to the top and the back. So you'd spray the wrong side of your backing, and you would then put the wadding down, and then you spray the wadding, and then you put your top down. Don't have to do pinning. Isn't that fabulous? Really great. Now we've got a price comparison on here because this can often be expensive, so we thought we'd have a little looky. So this is from elsewhere on the website, and that's right now, I can't see that price though, $15.50, and we're selling it for $12.99. So it is a saving. Obviously, we try and find the best price we can and beat that. Very useful. It would last quite a long time. Got nice instructions on how to use it, and I would say always use it in a well ventilated room because it is an adhesive spray, and do not use it near flames. So don't be smoking while you're at it. Don't be smoking full stop, really and truly. So this is really useful, £12.99 for this lovely spray. Have it in your stash. 505 is out of stock, so this is the only basting spray that we have. Hence we're bringing you something new and different. It doesn't damage your fabric at all. It is just a very useful, very quick way of holding layers together. And it's like not just for quilting. Again, you can use this when you're doing other smaller projects and you want to have a quilted base to them. Really useful. So what else have we got here? Am I allowed to go to my favourite threads? So I've got, well, I say favourite because I've got lots of them, but on the show today, look what I have got here. Put it up this way. Look, this is 100% polyester thread. These are embroidery threads, machine threads. So they're embroidery machine threads. You get 50 spools for £45.99 and the case that they're in. Look at this. Now, when we say embroidery threads, basically what they are, these are a finer weight thread. So I think did you say they're 50s, Hannah? Because it doesn't say 60s. They're 60 weight. So you use these for your machine embroidery. If you've got a sewing machine with embroidery unit, you use these threads. If you like doing decorative stitches, using your lovely stitches you've got on your sewing machine, use these threads because they're lovely and shiny. They leave a lovely finish. Top stitching, these look lovely because they have that little sheen to them. And you've got all these beautiful colours in here. You can use them for piecing and regular seaming, but remember they're finer threads so they will snap more easily. That's the point of them. They're good for concentrated stitching because that's why they're finer. The price is good. So without the box alone, you're getting 50. So they're basically 99p a spool. And each spool has 500 metres on it. When I saw this, I said, I want to play with this one. I like this one. Look at it, isn't it gorgeous? Do you know what? I've got spool boxes like this at home, and it never occurred to me to put some of them upside down like that. But look at these colours. I'll get them out onto the table. Can you see, are they both like that or like that? Does it matter? Lay down. Look at them. So these are all covered with a plastic shield on them. That's why you can't see them as clearly. But look. So 99p a spool, and look at these colours. It really is the ultimate thread style. I think it's absolutely wonderful. Love it to bits. Just picking them out at random. It's got a bit of extra on that one. So we've got all colours. We've got the sort of grey, black, white. So we have to have the good neutrals, and then lots of different greens. So do twin needle stitching with these. You imagine doing so if you do something like that and you do decorative stitches and you have a slightly different colour, free motion applique, you can do that with these. All the different tones. So if you're doing decorative machine free motion embroidery, and I know some of my tutors like Wendy Dolan, who does amazing work. Of course she does, she's Wendy. No, she does. If you use these different threads, you can really make a landscape scheme look absolutely amazing because you've got all these different tones. And I promise you, once you start doing this free machine embroidery, you get hooked. All different. Can you see? I'm going too far, but I'm trying to keep the colours together. Okay, shift you over a bit. I've just got masses of them. Look at them. So you've even got different creams. I've just been asked, am I putting them back in the same order? You see, this is my OCD coming out. I'm trying to put them into colour coordination. There's still more in there. I can't get them all out, look. You do get so many. I just can't believe this. 99p a spool, 500 metres on each spool. Absolutely amazing, it really is. So they're just beautiful colours. So I'm going to I'm going to put them back in their colours now. Now, if you do multi-buy these, the boxes do stack on each other. So you can actually stack the buttons. I mean, I have a lot of threads, I have to say, and I do stack them because they are beautiful. I just love them. Just pop them all back in again. I'm going to have to put them in randomly, otherwise I'll take too long trying to sort out the different colours. And I don't think it matters whether you put them up the right way or not, but it does help store them. If you mix it up, it helps store more together. Aren't they lovely, 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 lovely? Gorgeous colours. Oh, we only have 7 of these available now until we get them back in stock. You will want to get these all out. And then, this is, yesterday we were selling sewing machines and I'm afraid we sold out. But this is when you want to get these out and get your sewing machine and your decorative stitches out. Oh, we have got a FIFO review across the bottom here. Great value item. Love the colours in this thread organiser. Really pleased with my purchase. And that's Rosemary. Thank you, Rosemary. It's good when somebody else says it as well, I think. Because I think these are gorgeous. These absolutely appeal to me. Oh, look, nearly all back. Another one coming across. Terrific threads, really good selection of colours. Thank you for that, Margaret. So these are all genuine reviews that we've had from people. So basically when you buy from us, some people send in emails. I mean, you normally get asked, don't you, say, what do you think? And this is a chance to put your feedback. And it's really useful because obviously this is what we go by when we buy, isn't it? We like to know what other people think of that product. Isn't that lovely? I like that one. But not just that one. I do also like... There are only 4 of those left now, by the way. Oh, we're not going to go to those yet. What are we going to go for? Oh, okay, the Beginner's Friendly Quilting Book. This is really great. This is £12.99, this book. Linda Causey has written it. So this is, I love the idea of a beginner-friendly one. Look at this again. You can try out some new blocks with this. There's lots of different blocks here, all the different types. They're listed and then they're numbered, so you can then see, you can just look across. So this is obviously where they are in it, and you can look and say, oh, I like the look of that one, and then you can go straight to it. These are beautiful. Look at these, Irish chain. I often wonder where the names come from. Oh, this is lovely, Christmas log cabin. We're not all thinking about Christmas. You do have to start. I know, isn't it frightening how soon it's coming? It really is. But yes, if you're going to make anything, you're going to make it. This is when you want to get started. Look how much you've got in here for £12.99. All these lovely patterns. I like this one, triple hearts. That's beautiful. And of course your fabric choice is your own. But these are lovely. It's got the size, how to put it together. Really good crosses. Also very clearly illustrated. Sunny stars. I love the names of these too. Quilt for a man cave. Okay. Not sure why a man has to have brown and beige, but pinwheels among the stars. That's lovely. Oh, this one, I like this one. That's nice, that looks like it's woven. Basket weave, of course you can use any colourways. Let's have a look, what does it say? The material's pink, it's just, they've just done it as meterage. But what do? You cut them, some of the strips are 2.5 inches wide, some are wider. There's a mixture. But I love that. It looks like it looks quite complicated, but when you look at how it's constructed, it's really easy. And then lovely general descriptions, always useful to have general directions about how to do the bindings and how to do the corners, and then a few of the templates, which are the right size. There's no worry about increasing, etc. So that's a really nice little book to begin with. It's a beginner's quilting book. There are 16 quilts in here. Very good value. So 16 quilts for £12.99. We haven't offered this book on its own before, so this is the first time we've done that. So it is really lovely, very good opportunity. But we have some other books. Sew and Quilt. So this is, again, this is beginner's guide. I love this. I love the cover. That automatically attracts me because of all those different projects, not just quilts, but also they look so colourful. So this is a beginner's guide. Taunton Press are the publishers, which are well known for really good quality, informative books. So lots of the usual instructions at the front, which are always so handy to have. All the usual things like tools, materials, all the things you want to put together. And then you can go into some techniques. So this is hand embroidery. And then as well as that, you're going to have a look at machine sewing. And it just makes things look so lovely when you see it so clearly laid out. Makes it calming. I think this is easy to follow. I can follow this. Trimming blocks. It's beautifully broken down. Makes it nice and simple. Lovely illustrations. And then, having got all that, we then go into some ideas. Oh, look at that, just a sampler by hand. Not just quilts, look. These are just doing samples, and then we can go into some, so having done that, you see, then we go into some cushion making and how then you can use some of that hand stitching to create the design and texture. A Sashko drawstring bag. It's doing this hand stitching on there. And now we're into some log cabin. But again, I love adding hand stitching and machine stitching together. Half square triangle pinwheel cushion. Just looks so great. Look at this little rail fence needlebook. So not big projects, little projects as well, to get you started, to get you into this. And to do more than just quilts. So lovely projects in there, nice and clearly illustrated. Lovely pictures. Baby quilt. Mementos quilt. I love the idea of memento things. Oh, look at that, bright stars. Look at those colours. Aren't they gorgeous? And fairly simple design. It's all about using beautiful fabrics. Absolutely lovely. Wedding quilt. So that is a beautiful book with lots of different projects. Lovely, really beautiful. There's 25 projects, 4 quilt blocks, 5 embroidery stitches. So there's a lot going on in that book for £14.99. Let's do our fat quarters because we've looked at some of the books with these projects. Now let's look at the fat quarters. You are getting 6-piece fat quarter pack. You don't have to make them up into anything. You choose what you want to do with these. The title there, yeah, it's what they were originally made for, but you can ignore that completely. Just see them as a nice pack of purpley fat quarters. You have 6 in this bundle. So there's a mixture of designer and our staple Rose and Hubble fabrics. Really lovely prints that work well together. £21.99 for 6 fat quarters. And they just all go together beautifully. But you don't have to use them all together. You can use them in different pairings. But if you've got your own, you can put your own colourways together and decide how you want those to go. Look at those 3. Absolutely lovely. I love that little hint of pink. When this is gone, it's gone. We won't be getting this back. This is a sort of special selection that we've got, and we do only have 9 available of these. Just so that you know. Really beautiful. 6 lovely fat quarters together there. Very nice selection. Now we've also got a blue fat quarter bundle. The title, let's put that little bag with that so we know which one goes with which. So it's the same kind of selection. When it's gone, it's gone. You get 6. You've got florals and plains, and it's a gingham and a spot. And again, it's a really lovely mixture of prints there. So this one it's like the sort of marbling blue. So you've got a solid, but you've also got a marbled one. I love these marbled ones. Let me show you what this looks like. So 6 fat quarters is basically 1.5 meters. So that's like 0.5 meter there. And then we have, look how they look together. Don't they look gorgeous? I'm not going to have room to put them all out. And then with the plain blue. There's a lot of fun. You're going to have to pan right out and go up to the ceiling, I think. And then the white. Definitely got more than one project. Bearing in mind you can do a lot with just 2 fat quarters, which is 1/2 yard. You've got 6. So you've got 1.5 meters there. Absolutely gorgeous. So this is the blue selection. Same kind of print ideas as the purple we've just seen. Floral and gingham. Absolutely gorgeous. I love this one because it's a blue on blue with a soft print there. Plain blue, always good to have some plains. I used some of these recently in a book that I've just been rewriting without updating. Oh, it feels so lovely. Soft little gingham here. White, always handy to have. And then this beautiful floral. Absolutely gorgeous. And then we have a pink version. Here's my pink version. Look at that, so again with the white. Oh, look at that, so you've got the beautiful floral, feathers. When it's gone, I'm afraid. There are only 7 available of this one. I do like this selection, look at that. So I've just paired them like that, but you can do this any which way you want. And they all work together. All 3 of these bundles would also work well together. Look at that, that's a really crisp combination. 2 pinks. Just keep playing around with them. Absolutely gorgeous. So we've only got 4 left now of these. Really beautiful. I do love that particular print on there. That's got to be my favourite of this one. And you get all 6, remember. So basically you're getting 1.5 meters. And that's, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? We don't think we're going to get any more of these bundles like this. Oh, we definitely won't. Hannah said we definitely won't. So that's your opportunity there. Got to put the floral on the top. Now we have more people with these in baskets than we have available, so if you do want it, please do check out. And don't forget, if you check out now and you pay your $3.95, that's it for the day. You can check out again and again and again, and you don't pay that postage anymore. So it's just that once. Lovely, beautiful fabrics there. Love those colours. But I like the fact that they go with the other ones as well. So we also have one other fat quarter bundle, which is this one. Look at these colours. Yee. So look at these. So you get 5 this time. Look at those colours. They are like fireworks, aren't they? So what we have here, let's look at this one. This is beautiful. So this is $17.99. You get 5 fat quarters. These are all designer fabrics. Look at the colours on that. Isn't that gorgeous? That's one of them. But remember, you're getting 5. So you're getting, that's that one. And then I think these are the same 3. So you've got 3 of the same design, but in different colourways, which makes them look completely different. It's a lovely feel to the cotton as well, really nice. Look at the colours in that. Really gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful there. And then we have that same in this lovely raspberry pink. I like this pink. That's pretty. You could definitely do 5 cushion fronts in this, but you can cut this into smaller pieces as well. I always look at designs because I love self-covered buttons. So I always look at designs to see whether you could make a self-covered button, and you could there. You could do a self-covered button quite easily with some of the inside of this design. And also looking at the English paper piecing, and we had the little hexagons yesterday. These would look so lovely if they were fussy cut into those little hexagons. 5 beautiful pieces. That's our lovely set there, $17.99. So we also have some more books. The first one we're going to look at is Fun with Fat Quarters. So we have 2 others that are available, and they are on the website. So do look on the website. So these books are all about fat quarters. So there's Fun with Fat Quarters, and then there's Take two fat quarters gifts, Take 2 fat quarters home. And these were written by Wendy Gardner. Now, who's that? So yes. Why I chose to write books about fat quarters because I'm not a quilter as such, as you all know, but I do love fabric and I do love fat quarters. And I know a lot of people are the same as me, that you see these beautiful fabrics and you see them in fat quarters, but then what do you do with them? What do you do with all these fat quarters that you buy? And let's justify buying them, because there's projects you can do just using 2. So that's the reason behind these books. So this one has 15 projects in, and they are all, God, you can see how old it is. I've got a fringe. And so yeah, I wrote this a couple of years ago. So there's lots of different things you can do, and everything in here is sort of aimed at anybody can do it. I try to keep it simple just so that they're fun projects to make, so they are actually great gifts as well. With Search Press, which is who these are with, you always start with your tools, your materials and all that sort of thing. Excuse me, I'm just going to cough. Okay. Sorry about that. It's all this talking, you see. It makes me cough and sneeze. I promise you that's all it is. Being COVID tested. So, yes, I always start at the wrong end, don't I? So if you go through, you've got everything about your materials and things, so useful information. And then, of course, you've got lots of techniques, because I like to introduce techniques to encourage people to have a go. So I have got some patchworking in here, but this is what I sort of call beginner's patchwork. And I do absolutely love working with the half square triangle because you can make so many designs just from that and from simple squares. Another one of my favourites is Crazy Patch. It's such an easy thing to do, and it uses up scraps. Can't be better than that. Bit of quilting, bit of free motion, making button loops and things. So all of these techniques are quite useful, using twin needles, adding trims, using applique, different methods of it. And then you go into the projects and start off with very, very simple little flowers. And a lot of these, you don't even need a fat quarter, you just need remnants. And little drawstring bags. So they're nice and simple projects, just to use up your fat quarters. In fact, I think somebody's made one of these because I saw it, we've got it over there. So I don't know who it was that made that one, but that's a doorstop, so it's just handy and it's nice. And again, you know, have a few different techniques in it, use up a few of your bits and pieces. This is using a technique where you actually shrink the fabric because you use 2 layers of soluble stabiliser. So it's I call it the bubble technique. I saw it from Kim, who used to work for Visaling. And so it's a very easy technique to do when you know how. And it's just a bit different, a bit of fun. Little pennies, so there's something for Paul there. He can make himself a little penny because he does like his aprons. And this is another one. I didn't realise because this is my ignorance of quilting. I didn't realise when I made this star mat, and I've since made other ones, that uses Y seams. I just did it, and it works fine. And I do like picnics, so I thought this was quite a nice idea to have a little picnic mat which you can have your own cutlery in. All of these are fat quarters. Something I always say about using your decorative stitches on your machine, and those lovely threads we were looking at earlier. And then your twisted tuck. So this is an age-old technique lots of people use. Use it with a print and it adds another dimension. Another one of my favourites for beginners is disappearing 9 patch. So easy to do, but it looks as if you've carefully matched all these little squares and you really haven't. So absolutely lovely. Really good for beginners. Tips on making absolutely everything. And here, this is absolutely a way to use up your little remnants, little bits and pieces. So all these lovely things, and this is a little play mat. So again, it's got a little bit mixture there of applique and quilting and just simple squares, binding. Just to make it simple, and I just did love to make it this little dress. Just using 2 fat quarters. It's a little tots dress. We have some Gutermann thread packets. Now these I went to reach for earlier. I absolutely love these. These are great gifts. Have we got one? Can I open one of them? I say. Let's see if I can do it without actually cutting my hand. Ooh. I'm just trying to cut the tape that's in there. I'm opening the pastel one. So I'm just, I will close the rotary cutter. I'm trying to do it without cutting myself. That's it. Put that away. So I should be able to just let that come out now. So this is why I wanted to open it. Because not only are you getting the thread, you're getting such a sweet little tin. And each of the tins are different for each of the threads. And then inside you have all these threads. So there's 100 metres of polyester. Isn't this a beautiful little gift as well as for yourself? So you've got these, this is sort of sew-all thread. You can use these for all different sewing, from dressmaking to quilting to patchwork, bag making, craft, etc. And it's got a nice little sort of cushioned foam background, so you can store them in here. But once you've used them, you've still got this lovely little tin that you can use for other things. It might be for pins and needles. It could be for your safety clips or whatever. I just love that. I love you've got this little tin. So it's $16.99, 8 reels of thread. And this one is pastel colours. Really pretty colours. We also have one with brights. So again, so you can see that the image on this little tin. and the beautiful bright colours. And then we also have your basics. It says, I love that it's called a nostalgic box. 100 metres per reel, 8 reels in the box, $16.99. And beautiful little tin, which obviously you can use for anything else once you've run out of thread. I just love it as a little gift. I think it's nice. Gift for you. And all of them together, you've got a whole load of different colours. All these different colour ranges here. This is what you get. Each in each tin, but different colours. Aren't they lovely? Love those. Never have enough threads. We're just going to recap the big box because that's got to be my favourite of the show. Oh, we do only have 3 left. Oh, let me reach over. Now, these are polyester, but they're a finer one, which means a higher number. So these are 60 weight. So you can just about use them for sewing, general sewing, but what they're really aimed at is embroidery. This is machine embroidery. Now, this can be using your embroidery machine, or what I use them for mostly is for decorative machine stitching and for free motion and for top stitching. So you use them because they're a lighter weight, but they're glossy. They're really rich, glossy colours. Can you see how that shimmers? Really lovely, rich colours. There are 50, I think there's 50, isn't there? Yes, 50 reels, 50 colours, literally 50 colours. So there's lots of tone on tone. So you can have, if you're doing something with greens, you can do it with the greens, and you just have slightly different tones, and you will really get some depth to your work, particularly free motion embroidery. Can you imagine if you were doing some foliage? Because no foliage, nothing life is just one colour, nothing solid colour. The light hits it in different ways. You have shadows, and that's how you create it with this. Don't I sound knowledgeable? I do know how to do it, but the experts do it beautifully. That's the greens, but then you can do all these different colours in here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And they all fit back in the box. And if you buy multiples, or if you have other boxes like this, they do stack as well. So this is a really lovely, lovely idea. Pop that back in there. Isn't that gorgeous? That is to have, that is that one. Oh yes, let's have a quick look at the beginner's friend. Now, this one is brand new today on its own. We've had it before, but not on its own. Now, there are less than 20 available. It's $12.99. It's a very popular book because not only all the information, but you've got all of these nice, easy to start. So this is for beginners, nice, easy quilt patterns that you can learn. And once you've learnt them, of course, you can use them in your own works and different ideas. So a lot of these are, I mean, beautiful. I mean, the colours, of course, are your choice. And I say they've got, I love this one. I love the design of the man cave quilt. I like the idea of a man cave quilt. But they're not my colours. What does that matter? Use whatever colours you like. That's the whole point of it, isn't it? You can choose what colours you want. Tells you exactly what you need. Shows you where the pattern pieces are. Now, we do have 12 of these in baskets, which means we're only left with 3. So if you definitely want it, we're just reminding you of that. It's not yours if it's in a basket. It's only yours when you've checked out. Look at this. I think my favourite on this book is the basket weave one we looked at. I think that one. It does look so amazing. I mean, that looks quite Christmassy in those colours, doesn't it? But if you put that in other colours, you can put it in pastels, it would look beautiful. But doesn't it look incredible? Or batiks, yes. Or Liberty prints. That would be just a mass, it'd be like a kaleidoscope of colours. It really would. Absolutely gorgeous. And what I like about this is they're broken down to show how simple they are to put together. When you see them broken down like that. So this one looks quite complex until you see how you just put them together and create that block. Very lovely. So if you're a beginner or if you've got somebody you're trying to entice into quilting, this is a really good one for get them started. Really good. Now we have Anna Saunders from Alice Caroline coming to join me in a minute, and we're starting our block print Tana Lawn, Liberty Tana Lawn quilt blocks. They're absolutely gorgeous, and you can build up to a full quilt similar to the one behind me, or you could just use one of the blocks to make a cushion front or a bag front. Whatever it is, it's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be heirloom because it's Liberty Tana Lawn. Liberty Tana. Well, Anna will tell us more about it when she comes back with me in just a few minutes.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi everybody, just having a quick chat here with Anna. Yes, so what have I got here? First I must say to Barbara, I finally got this Facebook to work this morning. So thank you ever so much for saying you like using the little iron and you've got one in your basket. Oh, and you love my outfit, thank you very much. That's very nice. Yes, those little irons are fabulous and Anna's going to be using it again too. But what is she mainly here for? What she's mainly here for is an amazing opportunity for you to get involved with Liberty Prints. You can make what we're calling an heirloom quilt. We're calling it an heirloom quilt because you're using traditional, fabulous, amazing Liberty Tana lawn. The Liberty Tana lawn is a beautiful, lightweight cotton with amazing prints on them. And this is going to introduce you to those prints, but what you're getting in each of these blocks is a selection of prints. And what you'll be able to do is make something similar to the quilt that's behind Anna. We're just showing it here on the screen. They're not exactly the same fabrics. What we've got now are fresh, new colours, new prints. So each of these blocks are full of stuff. Let me show you one of them. So they've got blocks 1, 2 and 3 today. This is going to be a project over 3 different shows. So this show, we have got the blocks for 1, 2 and 3. And then on the 7th of November, there will be blocks 4, 5, 6. And on the 29th of January, there'll be blocks 7, 8, 9 and the finishing block. So you can do the whole quilt if you choose to. This is your choice. You can just buy one block. You can buy one block times 3. It's up to you, but it's all about using fabulous Liberty prints. So let's have a look. Now I'm allowed to open this because Anna has bought a separate kit for me to have a fiddle with, so I can open it and have a look at it. This one is the most popular on pre-order. All of the instructions, of course, look how nice and clear these are. Beautiful instructions. And we also have, this is the finished block. This is what you're going to finish. But there's nothing like looking at, I really am going to make a mess of these, Anne, I hope you don't mind. So nothing like looking at the real fabrics. What you're going to get, you have these strips, all these different colour strips, and that will make the Dresden plate. And you've got the templates in here. You've got the card templates. Not just one, you've got enough for each of those, so you haven't got to reuse and reuse and reuse. Oh, look at that. You've got a little Made in England label. Isn't that gorgeous? But this is the fabric. You can feel the weight of the fabric. It's so lightweight. It's absolutely beautiful. So what you have is all of these Liberty prints that you would never probably be able to afford to buy. You know, quarter metres or fat quarters of these would cost a fortune if you were going to get all of these different colours. Look at all of these different colours you've got here. Now this is just block 1. This is the different prints you'll get. Some of them are sort of traditional, little floral prints like this one. Some of them, they look much more modern and more batik. So you've got classics, you've got a whole mixture here. So Anna, how did you select these prints?
So the quilt's called the Over the Rainbow quilt, and so we wanted it to make it look like a gorgeous rainbow. So we have a studio of 600 fabrics, and so we went through the studio and put a whole array of beautiful rainbows together. So each block is a beautiful rainbow you can see as you go round. If you look around the block, it goes from reds to pinks to reds to pinks to purples, and then blues and greens and yellows. So it's only because we've got such a huge selection of Liberty fabric at our studio that we're able to do that.
Do it. I mean, it must have been so much fun just to be choosing. It must have taken forever as well. No,
It
I
takes
think
quite a long
that one
time.
looks nicer over here.
It takes a long time. There's 144 prints in the quilt that I've
In
got
the whole,
behind
the
me.
whole quilt.
Yeah, and they're all different, and that's I love the fact that you called it an heirloom quilt, because the reason we've chosen different prints is because one of the really wonderful things about an heirloom quilt is that it can be dated. So it can be dated to the current seasonal collections that Liberty are putting out, to our Alice Caroline exclusive fabrics that we've got in the quilt. So it can be dated because of the fabrics that are within it.
It is, and I think. So all of the prints have a different history behind them, don't they?
Yes.
There's reasons behind each print.
Yes.
And it is just a way of showcasing such beautiful fabrics. Now, the other thing I was almost horrified to hear, that it's mostly hand stitched, which I know a lot of you out there will absolutely love, And it is something that it's English paper piecing, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Hence you've got the templates that you stitch around.
Yes.
But it's a labour of love. You're going to enjoy, which is also why we've got the months between the sets.
We almost had a sewing, machine sewing and hand sewing stitch off this morning, didn't we? Because I was like, well, how could you just English paper piecing and hand sewing? Because it's such a relaxing,
Yes,
such a
and I know a lot
therapeutic.
of people find it very therapeutic, very relaxing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is block one. Sorry, I'm getting off the point there.
Sorry.
This is block. This is block one. Now you could just buy the block. They're just this one block. You could do a bag front with it. You could do a cushion cover with it. That's up to you. It's anything that you want. But we also have other blocks as well if you want to follow along and make this into your quilt. So we have a nice message from Sue. She's not across my bottom. She says, "Love Alice Caroline fabrics and kits," said Sue. Thank you very much, Sue. That's really nice of you to say. Now, you also get, so in your kit, you get the little templates. As I say, you've got a nice little label there as well. You get all the different pieces to make the different Dresden plate fan shape. Is this for the centre block or something? What's this one for?
No, that's to make your.
Oh, that's your corners.
That's your corner
corners.
piece.
Yeah, that's to do your four corners. You get the white, which is your backing, and then of course you get this lovely piece here, which are the borders of this particular block. Now, this is the first time we've bought you these. We do have a large slot, but a lot of people are checking out. So we do want to make sure you get it if you want it. This is block one. So this is what you get in block one.
Can I just say that each block is named after one of the border fabrics. So that one's called Mitzi Red, because the beautiful red fabric that you've got around the outside. We love naming our things after some of the prints because they have such a history.
Idea. It is having your own Liberty archive here, isn't it? You get this home and you've got this. Is there a way you can find out more about the other fabrics?
Yeah, our website has really great detail on each of the fabrics, and we try to put some of the history alongside the fabrics so that so that people can learn about them. When we do some of our kits that we send out from Alice Caroline, we always write what the print, the history behind the prints, because people are so interested. There's quite a lot of Liberty. I use the term geeks loosely, but there's a lot of people who are really into their...
Well, it is so iconic, isn't it? Liberty fabrics are so iconic.
They are.
If you've had the opportunity to actually go to the Liberty shop...
I'm going in November.
Oh, are you? I mean, it's so beautiful just to go in the shop. It's a fabulous shop, isn't it?
Oh, it's an amazing shop. The
and look at
haberdashery
it.
department is
Yes.
absolutely to die for.
I've worked in the fabric department. I've done book signings and things like that before. But yeah, it's absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
It really is. But not everybody can do that. So let's look at how we can do it. And this is block 2. So this time it's more heathery. This is called Tatum Pink. And again, is that after the
pink
fabric
around the
you've used
outside,
the border? So this is Tatum Pink. Again, it's a different selection. I mean, I can't believe there are that many prints in the selection, that you can get that many.
Yeah.
But there really are, aren't there?
There's
Yes.
16 petals in each Dresden plate.
So you've got 16 petals, so 16 different colours. And the block you're making is now on your screen, but I'm getting out the fabric because I can feel them. I'm not putting them back quite the same way as you did, but I'm trying to be neat and tidy.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Look at these ones. So these are softer colours. So this is your next block. And again, you've got the templates again, so you haven't got to worry about reusing them. You've got the full instructions on how to make this, and then you just throw things on the floor. Let's look at, so that's that one. So that's the next one. So then our final block. Oh, you wanted to look at these ones? Okay, I thought you wanted me to move on. These are completely different. Look. Look, oh, look at that. I love that.
That's called Roz.
Roz.
Roz, yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And I like this one too because it's not like a sort of regular flower. This
It's
looks
berries.
different. It's berries.
It's a really famous Liberty print that it's called Wiltshire. It's historically it's really well known, and it's in lots of different colourways actually, and it's gorgeous.
It's beautiful, isn't
sort
it?
of based on the yew berry.
Oh, I love it. And this says Liberty to me.
Yes,
This
that's
little pink
that's
one.
Capel.
Yes.
That's also a really famous
Oh, look
Liberty
at this
print.
one. Oh, this is beautiful.
Don't test me on the names of all of them. I know
No, I
lots of
won't.
the names.
I won't.
I know most of
Because
the
if there's
names.
over 600, I'm sure you're not going to remember
Well,
every
the
single
seasonals.
one.
That's a seasonal, actually, a recent seasonal, and I'm not so great on the seasonals because they come and go fairly quickly.
This one I'm sure I've seen before.
Oh, that's called Persephone.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very Art Deco, isn't it?
It is.
Mm.
It's lovely. I love that.
Oh, that's such a nice meadowy print. You know, your English summer meadow.
I think that most people that see this, particularly anybody that knows anything about sort of fabrics at all, would just look at this and just know it's Liberty.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's
absolutely.
even if you don't recognise some of the prints because they're modern and new, the fact is that it just screams Liberty at you.
Yeah, and I
And
think
they're just so delicate. These are just so soft. They do cry out for hand stitching, I have to say. I have to admit
I'm winning
that.
her over.
They do, actually.
The amazing thing about Liberty Fabrics is that it's got such a high thread count that they can get the detail into the print.
Yes.
And when you zoom into the prints, you'll notice that the lines are so sharp and the detail is so intricate that that's what really is the iconic
Yes.
thing about a Liberty print is the attention to detail.
The detail is amazing.
It is. And when you've got little pieces, it works really well for English paper piecing because actually when you cut it up into little pieces, I know we were having discussions about cutting up fabric into little pieces today, but when you cut it up into little pieces, you still get the beautiful
Yes.
print within it because they are so
Because
detailed.
they're detailed and little prints, yes. They are beautiful. I like that. So this is block 2. So this time your border is this lovely soft pink. It's really pretty pink. Ooh, block 2's overtaken block 1.
Oh, that's because we talked about all the beautiful fabrics. We used to talk about all the fabrics.
These are so lovely. They really do. They're just so gorgeous. I'm just going to see if I can put them together nicely.
I'd love to know whether people are planning to make the whole quilt or whether...
Yes, that would be interesting to
Yeah.
know, won't it?
Well, I mean, maybe a bit further on into
Yes.
into the programme because I love the fact that I love the idea that we'll quilt together, you know, and so when we meet again in November for blocks 4, 5 and 6,
Yes, somebody will have the first.
somebody will have made
Because
blocks 1, 2 and
actually-
3 and they'll show us all the pictures.
And
I
you
love
could
that
use
idea.
1, 2 and 3 as a table runner.
You could do them
Couldn't
as
you?
cushions,
Yeah.
table runner. Yeah, I mean, you know, the instructions are to make it into a quilt. So, but most people are
And it is
wonderful
the same
sewers.
design. Each block is exactly the same design.
exactly the same design
So
and
once
the same
you've mastered
size.
that,
Yeah.
so even if it takes you the 2 or 3 months to do that, just one of the 3 blocks,
It's actually a very
you've
cool-
learnt it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's that if you can sew, if you can hand sew, it's really quite a simple process. I mean, it's not difficult. It takes time to get it right, but that's fine. You know, I just sit in front of the TV and
Exactly. I think this is the
sew. I
beauty
don't like to
of
have
it.
idle hands.
So what was it? Adele was saying yesterday that so she does stitching and things. She was doing sock making, she said, but doing something in the evening to avoid playing on your tablet or your iPhone or whatever, or your
Yeah.
other phone. Because it's too easy to do that whilst watching television, and it's not good to do it in front of children because you're trying to show them that
No.
it's not essential to be
Yeah.
contactable all the time and on your
Yeah,
phone all
yeah.
the time. So yeah, to actually be doing something, some
Well,
hand
and you
stitching.
achieve something. You have something
Yes,
beautiful at the end of
it
it. And
is.
actually, the word heirloom is perfect for this quilt.
Yes.
You know, and it's a great winter project. You know, it's like driving here in the dark this morning. Oh, it's so dark. We know we need to sit down and do something, don't we? In the dark
Do,
evenings,
yes.
you can't go for those long evening walks
Well,
anymore.
I think it makes a really good excuse to binge watch TV because you're not just binge watching TV. You're being productive at the same time.
If you're very new to English paper piecing, you might want to
You might
spend
want
a
to
bit more time
concentrate a
looking
little
down
bit more.
first.
Okay, listen to the radio while you're doing it then. So this is block 3. So this is the last of our blocks today. So this one has got a sort of mint green feel to it. And this is called Fion Yellow.
Yep. That's because the yellow border fabric is called
fabric
Fion.
again. So again, you've got the instructions. It is the same block every time. So once you've mastered these, you really will be able to do these easily. So don't worry if you're new to this. I think this is, the idea of getting started and joining it. So the next selection is on the 7th of November, and that you'll get blocks 4, 5, 6. And then the final selection is on the 29th of January, when you'll get blocks 7, 8, 9, and the finishing block, which will be sort of all the outside fabrics, the
sashing and the binding.
And the binding. But if you want to do more of a lap quilt or something, you could stop at 6. You could, if you decide, actually, I don't want a whole quilt, although I'm not sure why, because it's beautiful. But if you decide you don't, you might think, do you know what, I'll just do cushions, 2 cushions, 3 cushions. You can do that. You can make that choice.
I'm going to stand aside so that people can actually see the quilt.
It is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Now, the colours we've got in these packs are not exactly the same as those ones there. What we've got now is fresh new ones, fresh new colours.
It gives exactly the same feeling, though, of a rainbow. Yes. So all the borders are in a rainbow order, as well as the Dresden petals inside.
And I think sort of the fact it's rainbows, it's almost sort of seasonal, but not. Yes, I think it's absolutely beautiful. So this is block 3. So this time, look at these colours, and we've got this is quite a big print here, and these lovely reds, pinks. Oh, it must have been so much fun putting these together.
Oh yeah, well that is one of the most fun things about the job. It's putting everything together.
Cutting all these little strips, not so much fun, but putting it together.
Oh, I love.
Do you like?
I love all of it. I love the whole. I'm a bit obsessed by EPP. Yeah, I'm making another quilt at the moment as well as this one.
Are you?
So yeah.
So, do you cut? You obviously cut with a rotary cutter.
You can do either. You don't have to have a rotary cutter and a mat. No, I don't. I enjoy the whole process, the hand process, but you can use a rotary cutter and a mat, or you can just use a standard old pair of scissors.
But what's nice about the fact that you've got this as a kit is you don't have to. This is already cut into a strip. You haven't got to cut those strips.
The border you have to cut.
Yes, but
so you get the
not
piece
all
of fabric
the
to cut.
No.
So you get them in you get the petals, fabrics all cut to. They're not cut to size, but you can. Actually, if you cut them and use the fabric well, you can have, if you're making a mini quilt, when you get really obsessed with English paper piecing, Wendy, when I come back in November, you'll be obsessed, and you can use it for another project.
Yes,
and
so
also you can use the papers for another project as well.
So you can reuse them, although you're not asking people to because you've provided.
No, we provide them in every single pack, but you can reuse them. You can reuse them several times. They do tend to get a little bit dog-eared on the ends after a lot of uses, but you can reuse them.
I'm carefully going these fabrics and you're not looking at them. I've been carefully going through them as we were talking and you weren't looking at all these beautiful fabrics. Oh, were you? I didn't see. All right. Look, I can keep going through these. We all know these are beautiful, beautiful tunnel of fabric, but let's see what you do. Okay, show us.
So I love, as I said, I love English paper piecing. I'm totally obsessed. This is the size of the fabric that you will get. So you can see if you angle it like this, you'll lose some of your fabric. But if you angle it like this, you can actually do quite well on the fabric front. So I'm using a rotary cutter, but there's nothing to say that you have to use a rotary cutter. You can use a pair of scissors. I'm cutting 3 or 4 at the same time. You can see there you get a decent amount of fabric. That would make a really cute little mini hexagon for your next project. Yes. And then we're cutting around the outside with a 1/4 inch seam.
Okay, so are you being very careful with your 1/4 inch seam or not too worried?
Not really, I'm not too worried. Not too worried. A 1/4 inch, you can do more if you prefer. Now, in the last show where I did some English paper piecing, somebody asked about tangling of threads when you're sewing. So I've brought along some Thread Magic. I don't know whether you sell it on your website.
I'm not sure. Do we sell wax or Thread Magic?
So it's a thread conditioner. So whatever
we sell it
whatever
on
brand
website.
you sell. So all I'm doing is I'm putting it within the guides and pulling it through. And actually it can help an awful lot when it comes to knotting. It doesn't stop all of the knots, but it stops quite a
Never been
few.
able to do that.
Well, on the end.
Yeah, the way you've put that knot on the end, you put it around the needle and then you put it down. It's never worked for me. It's absolutely never worked for me.
Right, so you can see I've cut 3 there at the same time. And we get our pre-cut paper. And we use our Soline glue pen. I think you sell these on your website, so that's...
Oh, we had those yesterday as our early birds.
So I'm going to use the Soline glue pen to go down the straight edges. I'm actually going to thread base the top part because it gives a better curve. So down 2 straight edges. All I'm doing is putting the glue on the paper and then folding the fabric over. I'm going to do a little bit at the bottom. And so you do that for all of the petals. Then I'm going to thread base this top bit. You can thread base, if you prefer to thread baste, lots of people do when they're English paper piecing. You can thread baste all of it, but you would, if you were thread basting this, you'd go through the paper and the fabric.
Does that mean you can't use the paper template again?
You can, because it comes out eventually.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, but you have to then take out your basting stitches. When I'm doing the top, I'm just putting the needle through the fabric only. Am I in the right? Yes. Yeah, so I'm going on the inside, so that actually, if you don't want to take out your thread basting, you don't have to. So I'm just using a running stitch along that seam allowance, and then we'll gather it together. I said about tangles, didn't I? Got myself a
you
tangle,
did, and then
but
it
it's easy
tangled.
to come out.
Yeah.
That one.
I use beeswax for.
Do you?
these, yeah.
Well, whatever
Yeah,
conditioner
it's the
you
same
like
thing,
to
isn't
use.
it? But it just stops the threads from tangling, as you say.
Yeah. So we can see now that
Okay.
when you pull that together, that creates
Yes, goes a curve.
a nice
nicely.
curve. When you use the glue, you can use the glue on the round curve, but it sometimes doesn't give the most perfect curve, which you want a nice neat curve.
So it's similar to when you do a curved hem, you see, you would ease stitch around first, which is the same sort of, long, I do it on the machine, obviously, a long stitch, and then you can
Yeah.
just gently pull it up to get the curve.
So that's one of our petals done. Sorry, there we go. So that's a petal done. You do that for all 16 petals, and then you can move on to actually sewing the petals together. So I've prepared these ones before. Just put my knot in.
And it doesn't matter which one you put next to each one, or you can follow the guide?
Well, there's a guide, and obviously it's in a rainbow order. So you can choose what you would like to do, but equally, if you want that rainbow effect, you want to put the right ones next to each
Trying
other.
to sing that song in my head.
Don't make me sing, because I slightly lost my voice 2 weeks
No, I was
ago.
only doing it in my head.
It's just coming
think
back.
red and yellow and orange and blue, something like that, isn't it?
So I've got my 2 petals here, right sides together. I'm following the guide in the instructions, making sure that they're...
You do get the full instructions in there.
Yeah, and the instructions are really well thought out.
Do you write these instructions, or is it a colleague?
It's a combination of
Combination
people that
of
write
you.
the instructions. Actually, Laura wrote all of those instructions.
Look at this, though. I've got the instructions here in front of me, and they're very, very clear.
Yeah, and they also give sort of handy hints and tips. So I'm using a whip stitch, which is going in one and out of the other. Again, I've got a little knot there, but that pulls through.
Does it matter what thread you use?
I'm using an Aurifil thread, 50 weight,
Okay.
which is my preferred thread to use for English paper
Is
piecing.
it?
A good quality thread.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to give you a heads up. If you love Aurifil thread, keep watching, because we've got a manager's special at 10.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
So Aurifil thread, it's a lovely quality. It's so nice to use. Having used my conditioner, I'm getting knots. But they're easily to come out. And so what we're doing is we're carrying on with the whip stitch, and a few top tips as I'm going along. I'm using a gold tipped, I don't know if you can see, I'm using a gold tipped needle, which is, oh look, I made myself bleed. I've done so much English paper piecing recently. I'm trying to finish a quilt for my sister's 50th birthday, and I'm having to do English paper piecing every night, so I've been sort of...
You're not using a thimble though?
I don't like using a thimble. You can use a thimble.
I quite like the ones that have got sort of the hole in the end, if you sort of mean. So then you don't get all hot.
Yeah.
You don't get all hot and sticky.
I've got a leather one, but I get all fingers and thumbs when I'm using it. So I'm using about 10 stitches per inch. Lots of people can use way more than that. I can't. You use as many stitches per inch as you can bear.
Okay.
So you're
just literally whip stitching over the top. Whilst you do that, can we just say we have also got these other pre-cuts now, because these are absolutely glorious. These other packs, they're all on pre-order, and actually a lot of people have already started shopping. We have got 5 inch. Oh, hold on, let me go. Now again, I've got some packs here that I can open. Yee-hee. The rainbow one. Okay. And of course I've got the codes on them here. This is this one. Yes, it is this one. So this is what you get in this. And so these are 5-inch squares, and you can do all sorts of things with 5-inch squares, as we all know. That's it. That's what you get. This nice little pack. It's all neatly packaged. 20 different prints, 5-inch squares. And inside the pack, what do we get? Well, we get exactly what it says on the tin. We get 20 different prints. Now, this might be something you've got your own project in mind. We have got some little cards here to show you some little ideas if you're short of ideas of what you can do. Look at that, how you've used the heart from this one onto that one, etc. So what do you find lots of people use these for?
So you can use, as we've brought some examples of card making, people use them for making half square triangles, to make patchwork quilts. You can make all sorts of things with half square triangles.
Yes.
You can, we've got in the 11 o'clock, we've got a cushion which uses half square triangles, and you can do things like you can use them as patchwork, so you can literally sew the squares together.
Yeah, so I'm just laying them out.
Yeah.
You can, can't you?
Yeah.
I've just sort of put 9 of them together. Look at that. So a quarter of the stock has gone of this. I'm just sort of grabbing them and putting them on. This is just one of the collections. Look at that, it's a 12. Isn't that beautiful?
Can you tell we love a rainbow at Alice Caroline?
you could mix them up. You don't have to have them in the order that they've come out. I just think they're good, and that's just 12, and there's 20. There's 20. Look, I'm playing. What's that game that you play with cards? And if you've got a jack, you put a jack on the jack, and not solitaire. There's another game. I think it's called Nines or something. You literally put the same card on the same one, try and get out. It's a great way of getting small pieces of Tana lawn, and there is so much you can do with a small square. You can cut, as we were saying, you can cut it into triangles, you can cut it into smaller squares. Can you imagine if you actually, if I do that, and then just open that like that, take that out of the way. Look how easy it would be to do half square triangles.
And you can mix them up with the plains. So if you buy plain fabric, it makes your Liberty go further, and it actually really showcases the pattern.
It does absolutely showcase the pattern, doesn't it? See how I'm just creating it just by folding it, just the different prints. And how you mix them together, of course, is entirely up to you. Just so pretty. They're just so pretty, so obviously Liberty. So this is one pack. Even if you're not sure what you're going to use it for at the moment, it doesn't matter at all, because you've got these, and you've got these lovely little squares. And as I'm always sort of saying about self-covered buttons, you can do that beautifully with these. You can do the little hexagon patchwork with these, can't you?
You can, yeah.
Which is, I've got to say, it's more hand sewing. Now there are some more blue and pink. We're going to come back to those in just a second, but let's see where you're up to, Anna. Have you got to the end of that?
So, I've got to the end of my 2 pieces, yes. So I've sewn those together, and then I've moved on to the pinks. Yeah, so you can see it builds fairly quickly. I'd sewn these 3 together beforehand. It builds fairly quickly, and in a moment I can show you how to then move on to the next stage.
So this is the pink section of block 1.
This is the pink section of the Mitzi Red. Is that block 1? Mitzi Red, yes, block 1.
Yeah.
Sorry, I work in names, not numbers.
Okay, when everybody's checked out of block 1, half stock will have gone. And this is an ongoing project. This is something you're starting to do now, and you'll keep on doing. If you choose to stitch with us, the next show will be on November the 7th, when you'll get 3 more blocks.
And can I just say, if people are worried because things may sell out, I don't know. I guess might be quite a popular quilt, that we would obviously always guarantee that people can buy the blocks. You know, when it comes to the final day.
It's not going to be an option that you won't be able to get them.
No. So if people are worried that they might not be able to,
it might sell out today, but we can always get more. So you can actually do the whole lot. And we're offering 3 blocks today, and also 3 of these little squares. Can you say again how many different prints are in the quilt?
144.
144.
I mean, it's a really rare thing to be able to get 144 different Liberty prints. It's lovely to be able to offer it, because we do have that capability at Alice Caroline.
Of many people that do, actually.
I think it's really rare.
Yes, I do as well.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think if I know anybody else that can have that many Liberty prints, apart from Liberty, obviously.
But they don't cut them up and give you tiny little pieces.
No,
you'd have to go to Liberty and buy
the minimum of a fat quarter, wouldn't you? Do they do fat quarters even?
I don't know. I think that's one of our USPs as well, as that we do fat quarters.
Yes.
Which is obviously really, really popular. And so this is why we like doing the kits. It's because people can then buy the right amount of fabric.
Yes.
And you'll have little bits left over for.
As you say, if you cut strategically,
so you've got enough left over.
You've got enough left over from each
There's
of your
definitely enough in that to have a mini hexagon.
Yes.
If you're crazy enough and want to make like a 1-inch hexagon or a 1/2-inch hexagon quilt.
Wouldn't it be beautiful? Actually, one of my work colleagues, Sarah, that's exactly what she did for her first quilting project. She made hand-stitched little tiny hexagon squares.
Me too. That's how I got into it. I made one for my daughter. Actually, before that, I made one when I was a student. When I was about 17 is when I started my English paper piece. Quite a long time ago now. My English paper piecing obsession. Yeah. You're so kind, Wendy. Yeah, and I made one when I was really quite young, and that one had Liberty prints in it. It had a lot of other prints in it of clothes that I'd made, different things that I'd made using different fabrics.
Look how quickly that's coming together.
So yeah, it's a really fun project. So once you've sewn all 16 together, I'll move on to the next bit.
Now,
if that's okay.
Obviously, you're not sewing from the very top. Is there a mark on there to show where to start?
There's
sewing
not,
from?
But you sew from where the curve starts.
Okay, from where the curve starts.
Let me show you.
Okay.
Here. So you sew from where the curve starts. So when you're folding it, you'll see where the straight edge starts, and you start from that point.
Yes.
Try not to go further along, because otherwise then that will give you threads here. And then when you start at the bottom, you try and match it up as closely as you can. Actually, this edge is hidden in the finished block.
Thank you.
So
before we get on to the next stage, though, we're just going to show the 3 blocks that we have available. So we have block 1, that's block 2, I've got to find block 1 again now. Hold on. That's block 1, here it is. Now half the stock of this is already gone. I'm just trying to find the front of this picture, here it is. That's the block, so this is the one that Anna's working on. The half the stock has gone, so this is block 1. And the other thing I asked you earlier, this make 19-inch block.
19-inch block, and the final quilt size is 75 inches by 82 inches. So it's a decent double size bed.
It definitely is, isn't it? But if you think it's too much for you, you can just get the block. Or don't do as many blocks. Make it a lap quilt. Make it a table runner with just 3. Make it a cushion with just 1. It's up to you what you do, but it is beautiful. And each one of these blocks, each 9 blocks, same technique, different fabrics. And so if you want a sort of sampler of the Liberty prints, you can have 144 prints. So make your own heirloom Liberty quilt. Very simply. So this is block 1. Block 2, same technique, but this time we're going for softer, sort of heathery covers. And this one is called Tatum Pink. So you're still getting that rainbow effect, but it's a soft, it's just hazy. Straight the templates, instructions, and all the little bits of fabric that you need to make that whole block up. So you've got all of the templates. You don't have to reuse these, although you can. Oh, that isn't a label, it's just printing on the front. Oh, I thought that was a label. But you've got the backing fabric as well for the front. So you applique it, once you've done your Dresden plate, you then applique it to the front of the white fabric that you have in there. So that's number 2. And then the third block, number 3, is this one. Look at these ones. So this is block 3, called Fion Yellow. I think this would, you could easily, just 3 cushions, 1, 2, 3, would look lovely in the 3 different ones.
It would look
It
gorgeous.
would look beautiful, wouldn't it?
I really want people to make the quilt though.
You do want them to make the quilt?
Well, mainly because I want to see people's quilt building.
I know. And what it'd be quite interesting to see if people do actually follow your colour, or whether they use their own combinations around.
Yeah,
how different that might look.
Everybody likes different colour combinations.
Yes.
It's a natural thing, which is, we love a rainbow. Alice, we're a bit obsessed with rainbows. As anybody who's seen us on anything will know.
Like a rainbow.
Yeah, we do love a rainbow.
So where are we up to, Anna? Where have we got to?
So I made this earlier.
Here's what I made earlier.
Style. So this is block 3, the Fion Yellow that you were just showing. So once you've sewn all of your plates together, your petals together, to make your plate, they'll still have the papers inside them. And what we do at this point is we press it. I've got this, I love this cute little mini iron. And so you press it, you leave the thread basting in on the curved edge. Then I'm going to use a starch. I'm going to spray it.
We do sell it, although it's currently out of stock. So when we get back in stock, it's really useful to have. Smells nice too if you have the one with scent.
Yeah, so then we're going to press it again, paying particular attention to our curved edges. And then at that point, we can take the papers out. So you do take all the papers out.
I just want to see you do that because I've not done this, so I'd like to see how you get the paper out.
Ooh. So all it is you just use your fingernail to release the glue. So where I've used glue, if you've thread basted, you'll need to take your thread basting stitches out from the straight edges. And if it gets a bit stuck, which it can do, if you've made your block, then put it to one side for 2 months and you come back to it, the glue will have stuck a bit more. So you can just use a bit of water.
Stuck a bit more, will it?
It sticks. It hardens, and then it can be a bit more difficult to get out.
So it's better to get it out sooner rather than later.
It is, but if that happens and you have left it, it's fine. You can just literally use a bit of glue, a bit of water, sorry. See, this one is a bit more tricky to get out because this one's been left for a while. It's coming with my fingernail, but if you're worried about it, you just dab a bit of water onto it because it's a water-based glue.
Yes, it does say it's water soluble, yeah.
And then we can take that out.
And that's why you leave the basting in the top.
You leave the basting in the top, yeah.
Yes.
Because if you've gone through just on the inside, you can't see it from the outside at all. So this one is proving a bit more tricky to get off. It was
I
obviously.
think that's good though. It shows that you know how to do it.
You can still, yeah. So at this point, I would get a bit of water and add it to it, but I don't have any here, so we'll just persevere. And there we are.
Let's introduce another 5-inch charm pack while you do that then. So we've had the red one. Shall we go pinks or blues? Pinks. So this is the pink pack. So again, you've got 20 different fabrics in here. Really beautiful. 25-inch squares. So I'm going to open the pack again just so that you can actually see these in the flesh, so to speak. That's them. But this is a lovely price point, isn't it? So $14.99 for 20 different 5-inch squares. Look at these colours. Look at these butterflies. There's so many different things you can do with 5-inch squares, right from disappearing 9 patch, using, you could cut these into strips if you wanted to do something like a log cabin. You can just use them to make creative cards. There's another one here. It's just lovely, isn't it? Lots of ideas you can do with it. Oh, and another one, I like this. See this one, just in strips. Isn't that lovely? Somebody who's who loves Liberty prints. A friend who, look at these prints, look. They're just so delicate. Even a simple patchwork cushion with squares would look fabulous with this. And again, as Anna said, you can actually intersperse them with some plain, just plain white or cream. So they make these prints really zing out. Look at that one, I love that.
They're great for applique as well if you want to cut out butterflies,
Yes.
letters for a child's name. They're great for that. And then you could use raw edge applique or turned applique or all sorts of different
Yes.
applique methods.
Aren't they gorgeous? These are all the pinks, and they're just, I don't know if you can see, sort of as I'm folding them, they are so delicate. There's such a lovely light quality cotton.
Oh, that's an Alice Caroline exclusive, that one with
This
the
one?
butterflies. Yeah, we added so this is a really famous Liberty print called Betsy, which is
This top one.
Yes, historically really it's very famous. But we added a butterfly onto it to give it a bit
To
more
make
of
it
an
your
edge.
own.
Yeah.
That is lovely. So that is the pinks. And we've also got blues. Well, if I use this one, this is the blues. Do you want to go back to Anna before I get these out? Just get them out quickly, okie dokie. So this is the blues. Now we've also got 2.5-inch squares as well. So if we don't get to those, please do look on the website. Again, we've got the 3 sets, the 3 different colourways. So this is the blues. And again, they're all these 5-inch squares, and you have 20 of them. This is gorgeous. Lovely. Lots of people are coming through for these. Lots of people are liking this idea. Really beautiful. Ah, look at that. Gorgeous prints. That's the blues. Now on the quilt, where are we at? We've taken out the cardboard.
I've taken out the papers and I've pressed it again on both sides. So it's a really nice, crisp, finished plate. So this is your Dresden plate.
That's your number 3. That's block 3.
This is Fion yellow.
Yes.
So this is block number 3. And I've cut my backing fabric, and I need to find the centre point because you want your Dresden plate to be central. So we've folded it in half and half again. And then the way that I find, you can do it a different way if you choose to, but I use my fingernail to give it a pinch, and then that finds your centre point. And then I mark it with, can you see that one?
Yes, I can just see that little point.
With a little dot. And then that point is our centre point. So at this point you can decide how you want it rotated. You could have the blues at the top. So you can decide on your quilt, if you're making a quilt, whether you want it with all blues facing north or whether you want it random.
Yes.
So if you're, this is important for your placing of this. So I'm going to put blues at the top. Obviously it's got its different orientation there, so it'll be red at the top. So at this point we can baste it to the backing. So I would put a dab of glue. So this is a soluble glue. Or you could
so
pin.
we've got the basting spray.
You
next
could use
to
basting
here.
spray.
Yeah, we've got that basting spray.
Yeah, you can use either, or you could tack it.
Yes.
You could thread
I
baste
think it's a good
it.
idea to always baste it in place, actually. Yeah.
I like to have two methods of basting, so I've used minimal glue. I don't want it to sort of.
You just need to just anchor it there whilst you want to, don't you?
And then you can pin it, or thread baste.
And at this point, are you going to go on the machine?
I'm not.
But you could.
If you want to then machine applique this on, that's definitely doable. I like to hand
To continue
sew
with
it
your
on
hand sewing.
because it's a hand sewn project. There are the borders are machine sewn on, but I like to hand sew as much as possible because it is a. To me, it's a hand
honest,
sewn.
if you hand sew round that edge, it will be invisible, won't it?
Yeah, but you might
Whereas if you machine sew, it would show.
But you might want to make a feature of it.
Yes.
You know, and when you come to finishing the quilt, so this one's been long arm quilted, but if you want to hand finish it, you could sew, hand sew or machine sew around the outside as a 1/4 inch seam. You get a different look, whichever way you do it. So we're just going to use a blind stitch. We're going to tuck our knot under. Am I okay in position wise there? So we're just going to use a blind stitch and we're going to pick up as little as the, oh, I've got caught on my pin, of as little of the fabric as possible.
So are you sort of going underneath it on the background?
So the background, catching the background there, and then coming up through as little as possible.
Yeah. And again, sort of 10 stitches an inch, or as close as you can dare to do them.
Yeah. Obviously, the more stitches you put in, the more secure. That's we should have said that on the English paper piecing. The more stitches you put in, the more secure it will be. And so you go around the whole of the outside like that. I think I'm running out of time, so I just want to show you the centre section. So you'd hand sew all of that on, and then here's our centre section, which I was talking about earlier. So to cover up our sort of, they're not raw edges at all, but to cover up our middle section there. And this is, you get the circle paper piece for this as well. It's done in exactly the same way, but I've thread basted it again in the seam allowance. Take the paper out, and then again press that. I think I turned the iron off, so just pop it back on again. And then that covers up our centre section, and then you pin that on and hand stitch that on. All this hand stitching.
You get me doing it yet, won't you?
And once you've hand stitched all of that on, you can do the borders, which are machine sewn. So yeah, it's a really therapeutic project. I love English paper piecing because you can take it out and about with you.
Yes.
You can take it. I've got a little pouch that I prepare all of my pieces in advance. So I would prepare all of my petals. I'd put them in my little pouch, and then I would go off and sit outside my daughter's ballet, generally, or one of my son's many sporting events.
Oh, I remember those days.
And I take it with me, and then you can do it on the go.
I think sitting outside the ballet's got to be better than sitting in a bunker at ice hockey.
Ice hockey.
It's cold. And straight, just grass hockey, but they all tend to do it in the winter. And both my sons like doing it, and they were sort of doing this in the winter. So we'd be sitting in this windy little sort of bunker thing, watching them. Things we do as parents. No, they don't. And I often say to them, do you remember I used to take you to football? I used to take you to... No, don't remember at all. Why did I bother? Why did I bother?
Because it shapes them as human beings.
I think we should have put them in cupboards until they're 10 years old, then get them out.
See, it doesn't take too long to actually...
It doesn't, does it? You've gone quite a long way round. So
Yeah.
basically that's what you're going to do. You're going to continue to go round.
Yep.
And then that's all hand stitched. Now, do you go into the actual shape at all, in towards the centre, or you're just going round the outside?
Just round the outside.
Okay.
Yep. And then the centre, when you've sewn around this, obviously that will then anchor the centre part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just, because I can't really see from here, when you said yours is long arm quilted,
Yeah.
do you just long arm quilt around it? You don't quilt over the Dresden plate?
Well, you can do whatever you want to do. You can tell the long arm quilter whatever you want to do. So this one, she designed a special design for inside the blocks, and then a different one for the borders, which I think is fabulous. But you could do all this by hand. I mean, if it was me, I'd do all this by hand because
You're sad.
She's so rude. I thought John was rude.
We cut from the same
love
cloth, I
hand
think.
sewing. I'm going to convert you yet.
You probably will, actually. I have done lots more hand sewing now than in the past.
I quite like slow
But
stitching.
you don't actually long arm quilt over the Dresden block
block
at all.
But you can do. It just
But
changes.
you could if you wanted.
You could do. You can do whatever you want. It's your
And
quilt.
that's the thing, it's your quilt, isn't
It's
it?
your quilt. You could do this in a colour. You could do rainbow colours. You could do anything that you wanted to do, and that's what makes it individual, and that's what makes it heirloom. Really, is the fact that you get to make those choices.
And that's something that we'd like to see from you when you do yours. Do show us your progression and how you're putting
Love
your
to see
blocks
them.
together, and whether you're going to do hand quilting around the blocks or whether you're going to do machine quilting, whether you're going to use coloured variegated threads or whatever.
Yeah, we'd love to see it.
It's like, because everybody does it. So when I do classes to think like make bags and things, it's amazing. Everybody makes the same bag, but they use different fabrics. Even if they use the same fabrics, and they put them together in a different way.
Yeah.
It's lovely to see the different variations.
Would you like me just to show you quickly how to put the border on?
Please.
Yep. So the borders are pre-cut. You do one side. So this is the fee on yellow. Obviously your fabric's different for whichever block you have. We just put a plain fee on yellow on the side of this. I'll probably just talk it through because I haven't got very long.
I just want to say, whilst you're pinning that, we have got the next hour is going to start a little bit after the hour because we want to see this. And we have got the manager's special, and we will start it with the manager's special, so do stay with us. We don't know the price it's going to be, we don't know anything. He's kept this as a huge secret. He wouldn't tell anybody. We literally have a sealed envelope, which is going to be...
Oh, that's exciting.
It is. It's going to be given to them. I just hope it's amazing, because we're really building this up. I think it will be. It's the last special of the week.
Oh, hang on.
So just going to quickly do that. Just sew those two borders on. And then you've got little squares at the ends, haven't you? Yes.
Yeah. So you sew the two borders on the side.
Two side borders.
I can just do one if that's...
Yes, actually might be quite handy.
So it's just a 1/4 inch seam down the side. I always put my pins in.
Oh, we were having this conversation yesterday, pins vertically or horizontally. And horizontally is kind of the right way. But Adele and I are both sort of quite old school. We still do tend to pin down the seam. See, I would never sew over a pin either.
I don't sew over the pins.
Oh, you had the pins coming the other side, do you? Okay.
I have the pins out just a little bit so that I don't have to sew over the... And you would always press it to the darker fabric. So
really turn the mat over to press, but
oh,
a little bit quick.
So sorry.
It probably doesn't matter for just a very quick press.
And then, so you'd put the other one on the other side, and then you sew your 2 inches square onto the other
either
one.
end. So
Yeah.
you've cut 4 strips the same length, and
I've
then
cut
you've
4
lengthened
strips
the
the
top
same
and
length.
bottom.
Imagine that sewn onto there. So it's the same on that side. Let's just pin it. So that we can-
It makes a lovely little feature, I think, having that corner different.
Yes. It's sweet, isn't it?
It is. And the other thing actually it does is, you know, when you're doing that, you know, should you have the joins vertically, should you have them going round? It saves all that worry about it. You just have them different.
It does. And then when you're putting this border on, you obviously want to just make sure that that seam
Yes.
matches up with that, so you get a perfect point. And the same on the other side. Imagine that I've sewn that to that, and so that is, I am going to pin it vertically so that we can actually make it happen. So that's pressed to there.
Yes.
You'd match this seam up here, and then sew along the top, and then ta-da, that's your border.
I think that's lovely. It's a really nice finish.
Yeah, it's really sweet, isn't it?
It is. It looks lovely. And it's yet another fabric. Get another fabric.
Yes,
in
another
there.
fabric. This is why you've got 144 fabrics in it.
So if you do these, you get 144 fabrics. Let's look at these blocks again. So we have block 1. So block 1, this is the over half have gone out, $24.99, and this is your first block. This is what you'll get, and you get the paper templates as well as the creamy white backing to put your Dresden plate on, and the borders there. You get all of that in there, and of course the clear instructions on how to do it all. Block 1. Block 2 are going to more of a soft pinky colour. You can buy this separately, or you can buy all 3 if you want to create the whole quilt, or if you wanted to create a table runner with the 3, or whatever. It's really lovely. It's a quilt that you can build on. It's going to be an heirloom piece when it's finished. $24.99, and this is sort of the pinky sex. This is Tatum Pink. Then we have number 3, which is the one that Anna's just been working with. That's this one. And this has got this sort of yellowy greens, this Fion yellow around the outside. So they're all beautiful.
The designer's children.
Oh, is it?
Yes. We all have all the slightly strange names of some of the Liberty
So
fabrics.
if you love this idea, so we've shown you the 5-inch squares we've got, but we've also got 2.5-inch squares. So if you've never bought Liberty before, and you're not quite sure, you're thinking, what is all this about, this Tana lawn and everything? This is a good way of starting. These are beautiful. We've got 3 different packs of this. The pink one, 667. This is the pink one. I've got one I can open. Now, these are under £10, £9.99. You've got 36 2.5-inch squares.
Those make a 10-inch cushion pad if you sew them
So if
together.
you sewed them all together as they are, as in fact you can see that on here,
The front of it, and then you
look
just,
at that, you could make a 10-inch cushion cover.
and then you just need
there.
a backing. So the front of.
That's the front of the cushion cover. Or, of course, you could use them for EPP, or you could actually intersperse them with plains and therefore make a bigger cushion cover. Aren't they sweet? Look at these. All these little squares. There's 36 of them. Just delicate little fabrics. Aren't they lovely? So if you got your hexagons yesterday and your glue pen yesterday, this would be the perfect accompaniment to go with it. So you'll see some of the squares are repeated, which is great if you're going to do something like a disappearing 9 patch or just a 9 patch. You can just pick, look at them, still going, still going. You get all of that in that pack there. Beautiful. I hope I've spread, because some of them it's difficult to see. Oh, but there's one hidden in there. But how you put them together is up to you. What you do with them is up to you. You can work them with lace. You can actually start. You can even make little triangles if you wanted to join the triangle. So you can still do your sort of half square triangle idea, which means you can do a pinwheel by doing that. The hard work of cutting up these little 2 1/4 inch squares or 2.5 inch squares is done for you. Oh, we've got a picture of what a customer's done here. She's used 2 and oh, look at that. Lovely see Anna on today, bringing us such pretty Liberty fabrics, such lovely fabrics to work with. She's got a bit of collection now. Here's a bag that I made using the easy patchwork technique that Anna introduced a couple of years ago, using beautiful Liberty Tana Lawn 2.5 inch squares. Isn't that a perfect use for them? Thanks for bringing Alice Caroline products to our screens.
Well, I hope that's a great technique, actually. It gives you perfect points. Maybe could do that.
It does.
We'll do that next
another time.
Maybe we could do that with the charms next time.
Yes, because these are absolutely beautiful. Really beautiful. But so that's the pink set. I'm not going to try and put them together neatly. I'm going to just put them all over there, because we also have reds and blues. Blues, and put those there. So a lot of these. So these are all the blues again, like we saw with the 5 inch squares. We will be doing the manager's special straight after the break. We don't know who it's going to be. And just one more set, and that's the reds. 36 of these little 2.5 inch squares in the pack. 36 different squares. Some of the prints are repeated, which makes it great if you want to do something with mix and matching. Can we have just one quick more look at what Anna's finished with, because you've got your border on. Oh, I haven't got another 2.5 inch squares. Oh, right, okay, this is the red one, yeah.
Okay, so,
Still looking at this one. This is the red. Oh, it's called Rainbow. Yes, I can open this one up. I say, if I can find an opening. You get such a range of colours in here. Again, if I try and sort of splay them out a bit. Look at these. That's why it's called rainbow, not red, look.
it's a rainbow.
You get a whole load of colours in. This is lovely. I love this one. Okay. So really beautiful. Is that how you feel, Paul? You feel beautiful? Look at those. That's in the red. Or not the red, the rainbow. That's the rainbow collection. Lots of different ones there. Absolutely beautiful. You can just mix them up however you like. This is the most popular, this one. Really, really beautiful printed fabrics. So again, you're just getting a little taster of these lovely Tana Lawn Liberty prints. We will have another look at these in the next hour, but can we just have a quick look at what Anna's done? She's finished that border on the side, just so you can see
yes, so
it.
you can see.
And this
here.
is from block
and then
3.
you would, yeah, so this is block 3, the Fion block. So you've got your corner point there, and then you do the same on the other side, and your block's done.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. And we'll see you in just under an hour,
yes.
actually. So we'll see you back here with an amazing cushion.
Yeah.
See
Very
you
excited.
then. Thank you ever so much. Okay, so thank you ever so much. Sorry we ran over. We will be back in just a few minutes with our special offer and a message from Neil. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, it's me Neil and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse, and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Look what I've got in my hands, my hot sticky little hands. Actually, they're not hot and sticky, they're fine. But what I have got here is I have got our manager's special. This is the final manager's special of the week. It has been an amazing week, and Neil has picked some real goodies. We've had some great fun with these. This is today. This is the drum roll. Amazing today. We saved the best till last. Have we saved the best till last? Now, this is the price it should be. $59.99 for 20 reels of Tula Pink thread. Let me open it up. Sorry. This is what you will get. So, excuse me. Let's hear Neil say about it and why he's picked this.
Good morning. I'm afraid I can't be with you today, so I'm bringing you today's manager's special from the airport. So I've got you something equally exciting, even though I can't be in the studio to present it myself. I've given the presenter an envelope of what price we're going to go to today, and it's the best price we'll ever see on this product. So we're bringing you today the Tulip Pink Aurifil thread collection. So I'm going to pass you over to the presenter now, and he's going to open the envelope and find out how much we're putting it down to.
So this is the envelope. I have got an envelope here. It's not been opened. So normally the producer Hannah would know how much things are because she has to put the graphics up. So she hasn't been allowed to know. I didn't even know till this morning this is what it was. Look at these beautiful threads. This is what it is. This is the envelope. Let me open it up. I know you're waiting. This has never been produced before. This is Tula Pink, her Curiouser and Curiouser thread collection. £47.99, so not £59.99, £47.99. That's like a £12 saving. That's amazing saving. And this is for, so I'm covering up what it's for. What's it for? It's for these beautiful threads, 50 weight threads, 20, this is only the managers can do these discounts. This is 20 reels of thread. 20 reels of thread here. Look at these. All Aurifil, beautiful quality, 50 weight, over £12, isn't it? Over £10 saving. That is amazing. And how much is on each spool? Does it say how much is on each spool? It probably says on one of the spools. Let me have a look. Probably can just open it up on the side and it will say on one of the spools of thread. Number 50 weight. 200. I wonder because often at this size spool you only get 100. So 200 metres on each spool. So that's a huge saving. We've never put that saving on before. It will, oh, they fall out, it's an open window. So they will go back up in price later. But even if you're not a big Tula, so Tula Pink is a designer, fabric designer. Or she's a designer, a textile artist, and she does fabric design. So these are the colours that she's chosen. But aren't they beautiful colours? 100% Egyptian cotton, which is made in Italy. 200 metres per. So really good for hand piecing. You can use them on the machine and on the bobbin. They are a lighter weight than your general purpose, but they are 100% cotton. These are really fabulous. 50 weight, I think you said, didn't you? That's a general weight with Aurifil. That's a 50 weight, so you can use it with whatever you want. And the colours are so beautiful. Top stitching and embroidery is lovely. Over £10 saving on this. Should be £59.99 and it's £47.99. They talk about rainbows and using colours and things. Look at this. This is a rainbow of threads here. Absolutely beautiful colours. This is the last manager's special of the week. Now, a quarter of the stock has already been checked out. It is the final price. It won't come down to this price again. This is our manager's special end of the week set of beautiful, beautiful threads. Absolutely lovely. So you've got everything from jades through to green, pinks through to purples. And we've also got these pinks here. So you've got pinks, reds, orange, this ombre colour, yellows. Look at those. It is absolutely lovely. And it's the fact that we've actually got 200 metres per reel. That, I mean, I just saw 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So that's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 metres of thread there. 4,000 metres of thread. So we're going to stay on this at the moment purely because we've got loads of people trying to check out and we don't want to move on too soon and lose that opportunity. So these are Tula Pink threads by Aurifil. And you've got all these beautiful colours. 100% cotton. You get out. I'm going to get the pink one out. 100% cotton on there. They're all wrapped, individually wrapped, as you can see. That's why you've got that sort of plasticky sheen to them, but they are beautiful, 100% cotton. Should be £59.99. This is the last manager's special of the week. This is it. And he's kept this one a secret from all of us as he's working from home. But yes, he did. And we had to open this envelope here and now. And that's amazing, isn't it? We had no idea. We had no idea whether we were going to go down by £5 or, you know, something like that. But that is an amazing saving. That really is. From $59.99 to $47.99. When everybody has checked out, over half of the stock will have gone. If you're watching on a replay, look underneath on the live page and you'll see what's available, i.e. some of our offers. So you can, some of the manager specials have sold out. If they're still there, you can still get them. And this price will be up until the end of today if there are still some in stock. Tula Pink, 20 reels of 200 metres per reel, 50 weight cotton thread. Everybody that's got it, well done. These are beautiful, beautiful threads. Okay. So she said, we'll leave this one with you for a minute, but Hannah's done something a bit naughty. Now, it's the last day of Manager's Special. Oh, so she's brought back her favourite. But she's doing it because we're alone in the studio. Now, what we have here is a design. This is one of the earlier in the week specials. It's a designer mystery fat quarter pack. Now, the pack I've got here is not necessarily the pack you'll get. They will all be designer fabrics. They will all be fat quarters. We've got Tula, we've got Moda. Oh, the one on the web's got a picture of Alison Glass. There's a whole, you just get a mixture. Every single one of the fabrics you get will be designer, and you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're getting 10 fat quarters. Now, at this price, it works out at £3.74 a fat quarter, which is a good price for designer fabrics. £3.75 per fat quarter. But I think Hannah's going to say something else. So, the other day we took these down to the most amazing price, and we're not sure we're supposed to do this again, but we do have just a handful remaining, and we can get the warehouse to cut us a few more. She's been negotiating with them. So what can we get this down to? Let's go. We are going to go down to £24.99 for 10 designer fat quarters, which works out to £2.49 each. £2.49 each. They will all be different. So your selection might not be this selection. It might be a combination of some of these. It might be a combination of others. It could be Rose and Hubble. It could be Riley Blake. It could be Tula Pink. Michael Miller, so you will have definitely would be designer. Or Lewis and Irene. Let me open up this one. This is just a lovely little print. Now, we've had to negotiate with the warehouse because it's the last day of the manager's special. So we've asked them very, very kindly, very, very nicely, on bended knee, would you cut a few more of these? So that's one there. So this is just one. Remember, you won't necessarily get the ones I'm opening up and showing you, but what you will be getting is similar sort of idea. You'll get 10 randomly chosen beautiful pieces. This is another one. So this is a stripe. They don't necessarily go together. This is for you to do whatever you want with them. Look at this for borders. This one was is a Michael Miller, I should say. This is a Michael Miller. Oh, look at this one. It's a lovely way of adding to your stash. This is from the Anna Green Gables collection of Riley Blake. It even says Anna Green Gables on there. I like this one too. But as I say, you might not get these, but what you will be getting is a similar set of 10 different fat quarters. And as you can see, so 10 fat quarters, 8 fat quarters is 2 metres, isn't it? So 10 is 2.5 metres. Oh, look at this one. Is this a batik? No, it's not. Similar. This is a Dan Morris. He's inspired by batik, so it has that batik feel to it. So these are just a random selection. It's not necessarily what you'll get, but you will equally get this beautiful random selection, which will inspire you to make all sorts of things. Absolutely gorgeous. And you're going to get 10 of these. They're completely random. Your 10 might be different. So what's going to be interesting? It's 2.5 meters of designer fabric for $24.99, and it should have been, what was it? It should have been 30. Can't remember now. It should have been was it 34.99? 37.49 it should have been. You can get it, take out the ones you like, you can gift some of them. I like the idea of a random selection because sometimes it means you'll get something that you wouldn't necessarily have thought to get, and then when you get it you realise it's really lovely and you think, do you know what, I can make this out of that. Take advantage of you getting the choice of having these. We shouldn't have done this, we shouldn't, but we did because it's a Sunday and we can get away with it. So Hannah has negotiated with the warehouse to cut some more so that we have got some to offer you. To go, and don't they go well with the Tula pink fabric? Just the thought of having all those Tula pink threads of all those different colours. You've got all the different colours of thread. Yours is completely at random. They're all designers and you will get 10 fat quarters. Michael Miller, Lewis and Irene, Riley Blake, Tula pink. All of these. Dan Morris, it always reminds me, was it Dan Morris that wrote? Anyway, so that's what you're going to get. So you get all of these. So as I say, you're not necessarily going to get these particular ones. What you're going to get is beautiful quality, lovely fat quarters, designer fat quarters. So the fabric quality is absolutely lovely. If you've already paid your post and packaging today, and you didn't know this was going to come up, it doesn't matter because if you've already checked out, you just check out again. And if you check out again, you don't have to pay post and package again. This is a few more. So again, these are more of this same pack. So I'm still unwrapping from that same bundle. Now, as I say, you won't necessarily get this, but look, what you will get is a really lovely selection of prints. This is a Michael Miller. I like this one with the houses. Oh, the trees and the houses from the same collection. It might or might not happen. I just love the van. It's almost like a lucky dip, isn't it? You're getting a lucky dip of fabrics. You're going to get some fabrics that you might not. And if you get out of your lucky dip of fabrics, if you get some that you think, oh, don't really like that one, that's fine. Use it as gift wrapping. Use it to make something for somebody else because what you like, as you know, somebody else might not. For instance, what I would choose is not the same as what my sister Karen would choose. She has much more of a muted palette for her, which suits her beautifully. So different people like different colours. So there's always somebody who's going to love it. So there's always something you can do with it. And fat quarters are so very useful. Now, we do also have some books which are there for inspiration. So do, if you want to, have a look at the books we've got on the website. We've also got books, always got books that you can use and have ideas to make projects from. Right, so let's just say one more time about the Aurifil because this is our final manager's special. So over half of these have gone. This is our special. Manager special, not $59.99. I opened the, that's always the price point. I opened the envelope earlier and this is the price that Nils bought it down to. It's £12, isn't it? $59.99, $47.99. So it's over £10. I mean, it's amazing saving, it really is. He could have just taken £5 off. Never been reduced to this low price. This is the recent collection to us, so this is not old stock. It's not a case of getting rid of old stock, this is new. And of course, Orifil is universal. Just over £2 a spool when there's 200 metres per spool. So it's literally just over £1 100 metres. So if you normally get a spool of thread which has got 100 metres on it, it'll cost you like 150, 180. This is cheaper, and it's this quality. It's this beautiful quality thread, Orifil thread, Tula Pink designs, 100% cotton, and it's 50 weight for machine and hand sewing, and the colours are glorious. This will look beautiful for top stitching as well, for decorative stitching. It's a lovely way of getting this lovely big collection of threads, 20 reels of thread, really lovely. The deep purples. And I mean, again, can you just imagine doing some decorative stitching? Just pick up the threads and do some decorative stitching. You can do twin needle stitching. I like when you do twin needle, I like having different colours in the needles, the two top needles, and then you get 2 rows of beautiful decorative stitching, like a shell stitch or something like that, with those 2 threads next to each other, side by side. Or you could go completely randomly different and have a green next to the lilac. And it just makes sort of pretty decorative stitching really stand out, using good quality threads and lovely colours. Really lovely. Yesterday we were talking with Adele about having, when you're on denim, having top stitching. And if you do top stitching on denim, sometimes you want to use the sort of orangey colour, which you often get on denim. You can use the orange or the yellowy colour, or silver. There's a silver in here too. You don't have to use them for top stitching, you can use them for any stitching. They're just such glorious colours, you want them to show off. Absolutely beautiful. Reduced from £59.99 to £47.99. That's amazing. Now, we do also have some pre-cuts to sew. Now, we are focusing today on design rolls. But we're going to start with a book first, because that's a reason to use these design rolls. This is the one. So time-saving quilts with 2.5-inch strips. Now these are there's 9 quilt ideas in here for £8.99. We have previously sold out of this book, because basically it's less than £1 a project. And these are all using 2.5-inch strips. So you've got the strips there, and then obviously you have backing and you have borders, etc. But just see how just using strips can create completely different looks. You can use rainbow colours. Look at these are brighter colours. If you're thinking of an autumn project, this is perfect for that, because lots of the colours you see, not that you have to worry about these colours, of course, the choice of colours is entirely up to you. But look at that, that's such a beautiful autumn quilt. Now there are templates for the leaves, and they are full-size templates. So if you wanted to, you're using your strips, and then you can cut these out of other fabrics, and then you can create your own matching cushions. You can add these on top. Absolutely beautiful. Look at this here. Another one. So you've got sort of, these look like triangles, but again, they're still all cut from those 2.5-inch strips. Oh, and this one, this is music to my ears. This pattern is serger friendly. That means you can use an overlocker. It means you can use a machine. Did you hear that, Anna? You can use a machine. She's sitting in that green room sort of looking at me with daggers. So this is another, I like this one. This is so simple, isn't it? Look at this lovely design, but look at just choosing colourful fabrics, and you've got a beautiful design. I love the little pinwheel in the middle of those. Really beautiful. Very simple again. And again, this is all from the 2.5-inch strips. Oh, look at that one. Now you can't believe that's from 2.5-inch strips, but it is. It is. Really lovely. It's always a popular book because of the different ideas in it. It takes it away from just using strips as strips or squares, because you can do lots of other things with them. And then the way you put them together. I love this little tips all the way through as well. Really nice. And then of course, as usual, as most books have, you've got a nice little bit of basic information just to remind you how to do things like joining strips, so you still cut on the bias, or mitering corners. It's all, there's enough. I think it's just lovely that they put that in there just to remind people. This is the job they've done. I mean, £8.99 for how many? 9 patterns. So basically £1 a pattern. £1 a pattern. These are patterns for whole quilts, but you could use a block of it. You can just use blocks to do cushion covers, table runners, bag fronts. You can do what you like with it, and once you've learnt them, you can mix and match as well. You could do a different block, and then you could put a different block in each corner. I like the fact that this is a book that has been a bit like the Fat Quarter books. This book has been created particularly for the 2.5-inch strips. Now you can use regular meterage, and then you can cut it into 2.5-inch strips, and then you can go from the book. But this is designed to use with those strips that you love and you've bought, and you've just saved half of the cutting by using them. We buy the 2.5. It's a bit like the charm packs and the squares and things. You buy them because lots of people love to buy these strips because there's so many lovely fabrics in there. But this is nice to know what to do with them, isn't it? So this is a really lovely book. That's one book. We'll do the other one. Now we have got another one. If we get to it, we'll do it in a bit. But if not, do look on the website for it. So shall we look at some of the rolls? Is that this one? No, it's funny. Find one that ends in a 30. No. I haven't got any that ends in a 30. I've got YOY. Oh, yes. Yeah, sorry, I thought it was 38. Yes. So, shall I open it? Yee. So this is one of our newer ones. It's from Riley Blake. It's resisting being opened. See if I can just cut through the cellophane. Oh, do you want me to open it? Oh, right, okay. Just actually look at that. Oh, this is it. I just love the way they're packaged in this beautiful roll. So this is a really fun design. So this is the Riley Blake design. Look at these. Look at these, look. Look at the colours. Glorious colours. Oh, it's just so much fun. What's this one called? What's this one called? Rainbow Fruit. Into this rainbow again, look. Look at the stripes. I will open one full strip. Look at these like hundreds of thousands. Lollipops. Oh, sushi. And more stripes. Jelly babies. I don't know if these are coffees, teas. Oh, that just keeps going and going. Let's open one whole strip up. Hold on, let's just lay them back out again. Let's open a rainbow strip. So this is the width of them. So that's selvage to selvage, and they are 2.5 inches. Isn't that lovely? So you can very simply just sew them long edge to long edge and just sew them like that. But equally, you can do, as they showed in the book, you can cut them into squares, into triangles. You can do all sorts with these to make something a little bit different, but you're starting halfway through the process because it's already cut into strips for you. All those beautiful fabrics. Look at it, look. Absolutely gorgeous. So this is the first one we've got here. I have to do it from this end. Absolutely lovely. And then I'll just put that over there. Oh yes, we saw these by the ½ metre the other day. Do I open it up? Yep. So this one has only ever been once before as a design roll. And here it is. Look at this, some of the designs in the book. Oh, we had the teacups yesterday, but not as a design roll. Look at this. This would definitely be a lovely lap quilt. Very home interiors colours, yes, absolutely. You can make quite a simple quilt with this, and if you back it, rather than back it with a backing fabric, back it with fleece or faux fur. Oh, be so cosy. That would be a snuggle up. And then we've got the floral teacups again. I love these teacups. Oh, all sorts you can do with these. Mug rugs, table mats, placemats, coasters. Obviously little cushion, really colourful cushions. You could get 2 or 3 cushions out of this at least, I would think, if not 4. Really lovely. All of those different lovely prints in there. And this is Riley Blake again. Really beautiful quality. Just put them, oh, they just look so delightful like that, don't they? Really, really lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Ah, we've got modal flowers. This one. Flowers for Freya. Shall I open again? It is very interesting to see how when you cut these lovely fabrics, which we've seen as fat quarters, ½ meters, it's lovely to see them cutting to strips to just prove how beautiful that they can work even in smaller pieces. So again, untie this little knot. I love the fact that they're tied with a nice ribbon which has got a tape measure on it. I wouldn't use it as a tape measure though. I think it's just decorative. Yeah. So look again at these colours, beautiful colours. Picnic quilt, this is your picnic quilt, is it, Hannah? little Prosecco. Oh, look at these, aren't they gorgeous? They do have that sort of outdoory colourway, don't they, to them? I can see that. Sitting with your picnic mat. Nice little napkins. Make a cooler for your wine. Make a little picnic bag, lunch bag. Really beautiful colours. Sort of all the blues and yellows. And then I go the little grey, so tone in grey. Oh, look at this one. Look at this big print here. It's really beautiful. Little stars. Oh, this print again, I love this big print. That's beautiful. Really lovely prints all the way through, all toning with each other. Oh, look at that one. So that's that starry one, but with colours in it. And they do work well together. They all work well together. So I'll go from the top to the bottom and they combine those together. They still look good. Absolutely lovely. Really beautiful prints. And this one is a Moda. That's really lovely. We've got Moda Sunday Stroll. Paul singing in my ear. Oh, was it you? Was it really? Oh, was it? Oh my goodness. Having a little sing song in the gallery. So here we have our next one here. Look at this one. This is beautiful too. Oh, I love this. Look at the colours on this one. What's this one called? Sunday Stroll. That's why you're strolling, is it? Trying to make sure I keep the bags with the right ones. Look at these. Oh, look at the strawberries. Stripes. So these are really sort of lovely mix of colours. I thought this is quite summery with the flowers and the strawberries. See all these beautiful colours. It's often the same design but in a different colourway. Just looks so different when it's in a different colourway. Love a spot, little print. This has got a little ditzy spot on it. You can't see that clearly, but it has got a little ditzy spot. So all the different, so we've got some blues, greens, reds, and now we're going for lighter blues, but they all work together again. Just keep going. So there's 40 different strips here. A lovely print again, strawberries again, and then we finish up with some nice neutral greys. All of that in one designer roll. And just remember that book we looked at earlier. So this is $44.99, 40 strips, 2.5 inches wide each. Absolutely beautiful. Really lovely colours. So this is the lovely Sunday Stroll. Yes, has anybody been on their Sunday stroll this morning? I have been strolling from desk to desk. It's about as far as I've gone. And then I won't open this one because we've only got one left. There's only one in stock. Now this is Moda 30s Playtime. Look at all those colours. Can you see those colours if I roll it round? So if you want this one, $44.99. It's a reimagining of original 1930s prints. 40 strips. They are beautiful. I do love those. I'm not surprised that we're on the last one. Absolutely gorgeous colours. Just rolled it round so you can see those. Absolutely lovely, lovely jubbly. Stepping away from designer rolls, we have got a Tula Pink. So to go with our Tula Pink threads, we've got a Tula Pink charm pack. There's only 5 in the company. these are across different ranges. They are Tula Pink 10-inch squares. Some of them have staple prints. I'm just going to flick from the corner because haven't got that many of them. So these fit with lots of different ranges. So these are $49.99. How many do we get in here? 42 10-inch squares. We call it a charm pack. Some people call it a layer cake or a stacker. And again, you know, if you want to do I love some of these. These are like the geodes. I love these designs. If you think about this as a very, very simple quilt, imagine having these 10-inch squares. It's all you do. Don't cut them up in any way. Just have 10-inch squares all together. It would be so colourful. So the geo print, I just love that print. It's one of my favourites. I should go from the other end, really. They are definitely her colours. All these bold, bright colours are definitely her colours. I love this one because it's got the little doves on it. So this is a mixture of collections. And this one here with the sort of ombre going through, the colours there. The geodes again. Little hexagons. These are so beautiful. I just see this as something else I've actually seen which I really thought was effective, which was to actually have the fabric hooped into wooden hoops and then hung on the wall. Different size hoops, different fabrics in each hoop. Just that. Just showcasing some beautiful fabric. And it made a really nice display on the wall of all these beautiful fabrics. It's really lovely. 42 different ones there. Going through all the colours again. Absolutely beautiful. And of course, because they're 10-inch squares, you can cut them into 5-inch squares. You can cut them into strips. You can make triangles out of them. You can do whatever you like. Or you can do a nice patchwork quilt very, very easily. So I think that's a really lovely thing. That's absolutely beautiful. We've got the design roll of this. Now, again, we're not going to open it up because there are only 2 left. But if you want to buy both that 10-inch squares, or if you want to buy the design rolls, same prints, as you can see there, those beautiful prints, but in a design roll which has the 2.5-inch strips, and they work beautifully together. Absolutely love them. $44.99. You can have and or, but we've only got 2 left. So if you're interested in these, please do grab them while you can. These are particularly beautiful. So talking about Tula Pink, let's just mention our manager's special from today again, because this is the last of the week. This is the Tula Pink thread pack. I just love the boxes and the way it's all beautifully in here. So each of these little boxes in here, they should be $59.99. Neil took £12 off, so that they are now, and we're going down. This is what I had to open earlier, $47.99. This is what the special price is for today, $47.99 to get all 20 of these reels. Basically works out at £1 per 100 metres of thread, because it's 200 metres per reel. So the price has gone down from $59.99 to $47.99. $47.99 for that pack of 20 reels of thread. Absolutely beautiful. Lots of different colours there. 50 weight, 100% cotton. So it's really good for all sorts of sewing. Just lovely little packs. I mustn't tip it, because if I tip it up, they fall out the front here. Lots of different colours. They are sort of wrapped, so that's why you can sort of see that sort of shine all over them. Beautiful colours. You can just, and they've got sort of gradients, so you can actually mix and match them together if you want to do some decorative stitching with them, or of course you can just perfectly colour match when you're going to do some sewing. Great for top stitching as well because of the lovely colours. Really beautiful threads there. Absolutely love them. Amazing opportunity to get them at this price. They will go back up in price, I'm afraid, at midnight tonight. But for now, we've got this really special price. So take advantage of this mad manager's saving. Really lovely. Now, we've got a different pre-cut now. I haven't seen these before. What we have here, we've got this lovely pack here, but these are not 2.5 inch strips. These are 6 inch strips. You get 6 inch strips here, and we get, I'm trying to see how many, 26 inch design strips. Just going to see whether we've got an open pack to show you. If not, I might be allowed to get my little teeth into this. So if there's 6 inch strips, you can very easily cut these into 6 inch squares. If you want to, then you can go to triangles. Is this, who put this back? These are some to show as an example. We can't, because we haven't got enough to open up, because we are going to use the one we've got here. Can you see what I'm putting here? These are some of the prints that you're going to get. I will open, let me open one to a full width so that you can see the full width. That's the full width, so selvage to selvage. And what you're getting is a 6 inch strip. And because it's a 6 inch strip, it means that you can very easily cut these into 6 inch squares. If I fold that up, let's kind of get a 6 inch squares. And then having cut it into a 6 inch square, you can then, of course, have triangles. That's not a 6 inch square, but it's close enough. So you can cut into triangles. So you can do quite a lot with these. Again, you can just join them as 6 inch squares, or you can start cutting them up into smaller pieces, but that first cut is done for you. Aren't they beautiful? Look at these. Look at the colours in this. This is all this cool. Beautiful colours. It's cool. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we are limited on these, so we might not be able to get this strip pack back in again. So if you're interested, I mean, these are all K facets. This is K facet strips. You're getting his beautiful designs, his beautiful colourways. And you get them all in this pack. Turn that over, look at that one. I love that one. These are so lovely, aren't they? So I've got 2 more. So lovely big fat strips. You can do something quite big with. And you get 20 in the roll for £44.99. Isn't that lovely? Now, we've got another one as well, so that's this one, but there is only one remaining of the next selection, so I won't open it up because that's it, that's the one. So that's that selection there, but we've got this one here, so it's the same idea. We can show you a still of it. It's the same idea with all those beautiful colours, but it's a hot is called. So that's what we've got. So if I just roll it, you can see, I can't open it because this is the one we're selling. So here it is, look. This is the last option. I love these colours too, all these hot colours. It is definitely hot. You can sort of feel chilies and summer and tropical and beautiful colours going through there. Same sort of lovely prints, but in all the hot colours. Oh, that one's now gone. The last book. Oh, I love this one too. I've had this one before. I really like this one. So this is 25 ways to sew jelly rolls and layer cakes and charm packs. So we're going to look at some of our Liberty charm packs again in just a minute. But this is a lovely book that shows how to sew all of these different things. And I do love some of the projects in here. Again, we've got how to use the book. There's everything about pre-cuts, cutting your own pre-cut. So again, you can do that. It's just buying a pre-cut fabric. Not only do you get a complete mixture of fabrics, which you wouldn't necessarily be able to do if you buy them by the meterage, you also get that first cut done. So it takes some time off the cutting process. Circles squared. There's a template, so 100% template, which is great. So you can just trace it off, use a light box, trace it off easily. You haven't got to worry about increasing it. And look at that lovely floral design using that template. So it's similar to our Dresden plate, really. Another one, template at 100%. Just some really lovely designs, beautifully illustrated, step-by-step instructions. And remember, this is using pre-cuts. It's using pre-cuts and templates. I love pinwheels. You can do so much with them. Really showcase some beautiful fabrics. Twirling windmill. Again, templates at 100%. Absolutely beautiful designs in here. Stars and stripes. And of course, your choice of fabric is what makes your design unique. I love the way they've got the towel. This is one we've had one. I can't remember who it was that did this on the show. Did this design. I absolutely love that design. Really beautiful. Some nice table runners. Absolutely lovely, lovely, lovely designs. Nothing too big. So you've got a nice mixture of here. This is a Starburst tote bag. I just feel that is such an amazing design. Labour of love. I remember, I'm trying to think who it was that did it and how she'd cut all these pieces of fabric. It's a lot of cutting out to do. Great if you're starting with a jelly roll in the first place. That's going to save a lot of cutting. Absolutely fabulous. Lovely, lovely book. All sorts of ideas from big to small. That's what I like about this one. This is projects that you can do relatively quickly, but using the pre-cut fabrics. How lovely. That tempts you for lots of time. So that's fabulous. Look at all these beautiful things. So don't forget to get the manager's special and even the other sneaky one. I'm going to grab, oh, we've got a cushion shot. Here we are. So this is the focus of our next hour when Anna's coming back with me. This is a brand new design to us. I think it's exclusive to us for a while as well, which is really good news. Fabulous fabrics again, Liberty Tana Lawn, yet more Liberty. And it's the bees knees indeed. So I will see you in just a few minutes.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Thanks for seeing me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Welcome back. I was just saving the cushion, it was about to fall over. Let me just move that there so you can see it better, because that absolutely gorgeous cushion is brand new to us today. It's called Flower Power. Now you can buy this as a kit. Loads of people have already checked out through pre-order. It's got bumblebees, it's got some hand stitching and machine stitching. It's got a bit of everything on there, and it all is in a kit. So the kit is with Liberty Tana Lawn again. So I have one here in front of me that I can open. Yay! So I'm going to open this one up. This is, again, it says Alice Carroll design. And Anna's going to show us some of the stitching on this one you're doing a demo on. Lovely. So you've got the instructions inside. It's got lots of instructions here. Illustrated, very clear about how to do everything, all the templates that you need. So it's all lovely and clear in there. And then you get the fabrics. Look at these. These are Tana Lawn, Liberty Tana Lawn prints. Absolutely beautiful. So what you get is you get enough to create that design that you can see on the front. That's the design you can see on the front. Let me show you what you get. So this is the instructions. So you get the lovely instructions, and then what we get is these lovely prints. So you get enough to do each of the bits, and the instructions on how to cut up are all included, as are the templates. Look at these beautiful prints. So this is a way, so all these little cuts, you get all of these prints. You couldn't get these directly from Liberty like this. You'd have to buy a bigger piece, and then it would be very expensive to buy lots of pieces. So we've got a strip and a little piece, and then you have enough. Now this, the white is enough to do the front and the cushion back.
Yes.
Yes. So all you're going to need to supply is the cushion pad.
Cushion pad and a bit of wadding and a
Oh,
really
yes,
cheap
yes.
bit of backing. I'll show you in a minute.
Yes,
what
okay,
you need.
brilliant.
Can I just say that that's a good quality quilting cotton, so that isn't Tana Lawn. That's the
Oh,
only
okay,
bit
so
that isn't Tana Lawn.
this
in
isn't
the pack.
Tana Lawn, so this is a good quality quilting cotton, so it's more stable because the Tana Lawn is very lightweight, it's very soft and lightweight, beautiful for a applique and for this sort of project. Imagine how much you'd pay for a cushion if you made a cushion, or bought, say, if you bought a cushion, so you went into somewhere like Liberty's and you bought a cushion like this. This is a handmade cushion. I mean, I have seen shop-bought cushions in supermarkets that are 40, 50 quid for this sort of thing, and they're in supermarkets. They're not made out of Liberty Tana Lawn. They're not personal designs. They're not hand-stitched. This is a really superb piece. Absolutely good. Look at this, and you do this yourself. Look at this. This is Sashko stitching, so that's by hand. I'll allow that because it looks really, really pretty. Absolutely gorgeous. So a lot of this is done by hand, and a lot of this is using a technique. Use it about when you make snowflakes. Think of making snowflakes.
Yeah, so it's going back to the old technique of when you used to make snowflakes as a child or as an adult. I mean, if you're into massive crafting, and you basically fold up the fabric with the Bondo web on the back, and then you cut out, and then it creates a design.
It creates a design.
I'll show you.
But she's going to show us in a minute. But first, let's go through the rest of the kits first. So this is the first kit. This is the kit for the Flower Power cushion. It's currently exclusive to us, so you can't get this elsewhere, and you get all of the little bits of fabric you need. If you did already check out before the show, you can sit and relax. So this is all you need for the front and the back of the cushion. You will need a cheap backing fabric for the front, some Bondo web and a cushion pad. But otherwise you've got all the fabric you need. But that's not all we've got here. We have also got, this is two variations, two colourways on this one. This is the Wiltshire Star cushion. We've got rainbow or pink. This one is the pink. Is it? Yes. This one's the pink. Now, I'm not going to open this one because this is actually our kit which we're selling, hence it's got a code on it. But again, you can see all these beautiful fabrics. But I can also show you the actual finished versions. You got them? Ah, so have I. But what's lovely about this kit, so it's $34.99, but that isn't enough to make one cushion, it's enough to make two. You can make the 16-inch one and the 10-inch one. Look at those. What are you saying to me, Paul? Lie them flat. Come on, they're padded. They're beautiful. There we are. I know. I'm being sarcastic. So look at those. So you've got a 16-inch and a 10-inch, and you get both out of this one kit. So they're really lovely. So these are on the bed, aren't they? These are on the bed sort of like that. Posh cushions on your bed, I think. That's what you do. And then you have the other ones as well.
My husband hates cushions on the bed.
Oh, all husbands hate cushions on the bed, but they look lovely. It takes no time at all to take them off at night and put them back on in the morning.
Can
And
I
they
just say
finish the
that
bed.
that technique is to make those is a great introduction to quilting, or to patchworking. If you want to learn how to do some patchworking, that's a great start because it uses a really simple technique called half square triangles. So you make them using half square triangles, and you can actually make them with a white centre if you prefer, and you can change the design.
You can play that around. I like them like this. I think what you've done is beautiful.
The rainbow one shows you with a white centre.
Okay,
At the
we'll
back,
look at
so
those in a
behind
second.
you.
Oh yes, yes, that makes it look
It
different.
gives a different
doesn't it?
look. It's
Completely
equally
different look.
beautiful, but
Yes.
a different look.
Now we are limited on these. Let me pop these back up here. So these were demoed with Anna on the 1st of August. So you have seen them. So the other selection we have, the same design, is the rainbow one. There are only 3 rainbow kits remaining. So we've only got 3 remaining. Again, you make 2 cushions with these. So you've got the white fabric to do the fronts and backs, or just the fronts. It's not white. It's a Tana lawn, but it's well, you can see on the picture there. It's like a self print. It's white on white.
So it's a Mitzi print,
Yes,
which is a super famous Liberty print.
It's very very pretty, isn't it?
It's gorgeous, yeah.
Good thing your points are okay there, and it's gone in like that, isn't it?
Yes.
It wouldn't be so good if they weren't. There's only 2 remaining of that now. So do be aware of that if you want it, because it's really lovely. These are Tana lawns again, remember. Now, the Flower Power bee cushion that we have here. This is beautiful. This is the first time we've had it. This is so cute. You do want to cuddle up with it. Again, it's absolutely beautiful. I wouldn't want my boys cuddling up with this, though. Get your hands off my nice, clean, beautiful cushion. Isn't this lovely? Is this a brand new design?
It's a brand new design, especially for you today. So it's a really lovely one, isn't it? And we're trying to save the bees at the moment, aren't we?
Aren't we, Jess? Yes.
You know, we felt like it was a really good time to bring out a little bee cushion.
It is, and they're funky little bees too. I think they're lovely. And I just love this sort of kaleidoscope. That looks like a kaleidoscope design.
It does,
there.
yeah, it does.
And then you have got, she's got machine stitching around it, but she's also got hand stitching. So it's a combination of both, isn't it?
There's not a great deal of hand stitching actually in this project. It's mainly machine, but there is some nice detail of hand stitching there too.
Yes, no, that's what I like. I like a combination. Machine stitch the bits to get it together quickly.
I'm going to convert you.
Decorate it with hand stitching. I do like that. I think that's lovely. So this is what you're making and from that kit, and it's got an envelope back, so nice easy envelope back on the back there. And I actually like the way you've got this sort of border. It's like having mock piping, isn't it?
It is.
It just adds that little detail to the edge, and that's that designer detail that sets it above a bulk standard
cushion. You could
cushion.
pipe it actually if you wanted to. You could use
you could put
use
piping
the
in
binding
it,
to
couldn't
pipe
you?
it, yeah.
It just makes it that bit different and that bit special. Absolutely good. So
the first thing is the snowflake thing, if you remember making snowflakes as a child. So we've got some fabric here that is in your kit. I've got some Bondo web, so you do need Bondo web for this project.
That's on the website, by the way.
Yeah, so I've cut it to size. I'm going to just use a little piece of that so I don't put any sticky onto your ironing mat. That wouldn't be good, would it?
Preferably not. I'm a great advocate of using a press cloth, actually. Always use press cloths.
Yeah, this is my equivalent of a press cloth.
Yeah. Well, does the same job.
It does the same job. So we are ironing our Bondo web onto our fabric. Sorry, my mat's just spinning around a little bit there. Make sure it's firmly on there. And then the next stage, just get rid of that, is to fold it. It's quite spinny, this.
It shouldn't be spinny. I think it's where it's been used the other way up and the heat's gone on the mat.
Oh, was that my fault?
No,
earlier?
I think it was already spinny before you got to it.
So we're going to fold it in half. Other way, Anna. So it's the Bondo web facing out, because we're going to draw onto it. So we're going to fold it in half, finger press, and then iron. I have such lovely memories as a child of making snowflakes.
Oh, goodness, yes.
Everyone's thinking, why is she going on about snowflakes? We'll see it.
No, but we did, because we made our own decorations back then. Do you remember the
sound
paper
ancient.
chains? Yes. We made paper chains. Don't you remember those? I remember making them with my sons, actually.
So I folded it again in half, so we've got it as a quarter now. So the next stage, I'm going to flip this over so I just stop spinning. Now I've brought a light box here, but you don't need a light box. You just need a window at home, but there's no windows in here, so I thought I need a light box. So I've got my pattern. Sorry, let me put that here.
So that pattern's in the instructions, isn't it?
Everything is in the instructions. They're super clear. So you have got everything that you need, and the patterns are to size. So I'm tucking my pattern into one of the, just into the corner you can see there. And then you literally would hold it up to a window at home. But I'm using a light box purely.
We do sell light boxes, by the way, which they are slightly different. They're slightly bigger, absolutely fabulous. I've got one and it's perfect.
So I've tucked my pattern in, and I'm going to trace around the pattern. You can use just a regular pencil for this. It doesn't really matter.
I've got to ask, why haven't you just got it on the top?
Why haven't I got just what on the top, sorry?
The pattern.
Because I'm drawing onto
Oh, you don't cut it out, you take it out?
You take it out, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or you could do that. I mean, you could just pin it onto the top.
But then you wouldn't be able to use it again, I suppose.
You wouldn't. Yeah, no, I always think with these, it's always really nice to preserve
Yes.
your pattern pieces. Just trying to see through there. Okay, so we're going to cut that out. So you can see the drawn pattern on there. Let's just get rid of the light box. We're going to cut them out. So you're cutting it out in a quarter. Makes it super easy, and it makes it a very uniform finished design, which is what I quite like about it. So we're going to, I won't cut all of it out because you don't need to see all of it, but so just simply cutting along the lines. I have such fond memories of making snowflakes.
I do. I
You go,
remember you do
"Ta-da!"
them, and then you unfold them, and they're all lacy and intricate. But if you get it quite wrong, they just fall apart when you unfold them. You have to get it right.
You do have to get it right.
Very clear, these instructions.
They are. We do pride ourselves on having great, clear instructions. And actually, I'm a really visual person, so having it in picture as well to be able to follow, as well as having the written instructions, is really great. So when you finish cutting round all of the pieces, you discard that, and then you end up with your, oh, see, I forgot to take the pattern piece out, so I can't use that again. But you've got your pattern piece.
It's me, I distracted you.
Oh yeah, it's all your fault. It's not my fault at all. So you have your pattern pieces, and you do this with all of the pieces of fabric apart from the binding. So your mustardy binding is you use them the same way. But for all of the other pieces, you've got these templates. You cut out your pattern, and you end up with your pieces to then iron.
Yes, so you put Bondaweb on all of them, apart from the, as you say, the binding one.
You do, yeah.
Yes.
So
some of the pieces are really diddy, aren't they? Really little pieces.
Really tiny, and it's a really fun project. This, and it's one that you can come back to. You can do a bit of and then come back to it. So I have. Let me just twizzle it round. So on this one, I've sort of moved it on so that it looks like an actual thing, because I always think it's nice to actually see how it builds rather than just having one piece of fabric onto the cushion. So you've got your piece of backing fabric here, which is our nice quality quilting cotton. Then I've got some wadding. Now I use Heirloom, which I think you sell on your website. It's
Yes, we had it
80%
earlier
cotton,
on. Yes.
20% polyester. Love Heirloom. I think it's the nicest one. There are loads of different sorts out there. Everyone
we had
will have
that on
their
this
preferred.
morning at 8 o'clock.
Terrific. Everyone will have their own preferred piece and
Yes.
wadding. And to be honest with you, you've probably got a load at home. I've got so much at home. Now this backing bit can just be any old sheet. It could be an old pillowcase. It can be anything that you've got in your cupboard. It won't show in the final cushion. That's tucked inside,
Right.
hidden inside. It's just to give it some stability while you do the raw edge applique. So we have got this is called a quilt sandwich, and you can baste this.
So again, we can
Again.
use that June Taylor basting spray.
You can use your basting spray, yeah.
Don't know where it's gone. It's probably it's on the trolley.
Yeah, and you can add some pins in
Yes.
if you prefer.
That's the basting spray we had on earlier, so that'd be perfect for this job.
Oh great, is that a spray or
Yes,
is it
it's
like
a spray.
pump spray or a aerosol?
It's an aerosol. So do you use it with an open window close by?
So once you've got your quilt sandwich, we can then start to do the sewing it on. What I'm just going to I have to keep. I'm having trouble with flipping this thing about which order it all goes in. I've sewn around this piece already. You can see on the backing
Yes.
that it's a nice little shape.
Just a straight stitch?
Just a straight stitch. What you're trying to do is to try and get as close to the edge as possible. Then we're going to layer it up. I'm going to add my second piece in. And what we need to do is to put the sort of blobby bits into the dips of the previous
Yes.
piece. Now that's true of all of those. I'm going to use a pin to get the Bondo web backing off, rather than.
Oh no, because it can be so difficult to peel off otherwise, can't it?
Oh, that's like the best tip
Yes.
ever.
Yes.
it's the most. I'm like, oh, I never knew that. It's just.
No, it is. It's really.
So this fabric is called Strawberry Thief, and do you recognise it? Because it's a William Morris original design, and it's one of the most well-known Liberty prints. So I'm just lining it up here, just taking a little bit of time to line it up to make sure that I'm happy with its placement, and then we're going to iron that on. So what you need to do, you need to make sure that the previous bit is sewn on before you add the next layer.
Yes.
So I've already sewn this layer on, so I'm adding that on. And I'm also going to add on this piece here, just because it shows you the sort of final look of the cushion. I love this cushion. I'm in love with it.
It's
I'd
always
love to know
beautiful.
what people think about it. And the bees. You've got to save the bees.
It is. I think it's
How can we
absolutely
do
gorgeous.
that? How can we do it apart from buying a flower power cushion? How else can we save the bees?
Ah, yes, I know. Well, you see, I did my bit. I had a wild garden because I didn't
Did you?
mow the lawn because it was
Oh,
beautiful.
you didn't mow intentionally?
Yes, because it was full of beautiful yellow dandelions. It was absolutely gorgeous. Of course, when they died off, it wasn't so gorgeous, but it was full.
I've got a supposedly wildflower garden area in my garden. It's just like, yeah, doesn't really look very wildflowery. Right, just need to pop underneath to put my sewing machine in.
You go downstairs there. Let's just recap the kit whilst Anna's getting ready doing that. So you get everything you need to do this really beautiful cushion front, but you also get enough to do the envelope back as well. So what you're getting here is the fabric for the cushion front. And you get all of the fabrics you need, the quantities that you need. So you've got the little piece. This is the centre circle of the flower that she's working on at the moment. This is for the borders around the outer edge. So you get a strip. You also then get all of the different colours to do your flowers and to do the bees. And some of these pieces, they're all clearly illustrated in the instructions, which I think is fantastic. So you haven't got to work out which one does which. So you've got all of these little pieces of fabric. You put Bondo web. Now Bondo web doesn't come with it, so you do need your own Bondo web. So you put Bondo web on the back of all of these. and then you can fold and cut using all of the templates in the book.
Are you selling Bondaweb today?
We do have it, yes, it's on the website.
You got it on the
yes.
roll or in the packets?
In packets.
Okay. Because you have to stick two together if it's in the packets.
Yes.
You have to stick because they're 8 inches square, so sometimes the Bondaweb isn't big enough. But it's fine. You can just.
Yes,
you can
we
just
are
stick
waiting
two
for the roll, but that's fine. That's easy to do. You just butt them up and stick because it's fusible. You just stick them on. Also, of course, you get the white. This is a really good quality quilting cotton, and this is for the under the applique on the front. So that's for the front, but also for the envelope back as well. And then the instructions will tell you how to do everything. And if you look at the instructions here, looking at this particular one, look, it tells you the cutting layout. It's not to scale, but it tells you the cutting layout and how you have to cut it, and it shows you the fabric that you're going to use to cut those bits. It's really good. And then the next page, this page here. So now we're on to this one with the bird, and again it's telling you how to cut all these bits. And see these little bits here? You've got these little bits as well. So these are for your bee. So it's all very clear as what you've got to cut. It tells you if you've got to quarter the fabric. So use it in quarters. This is when you're going to make your sort of snowflake designs. Then when you have a single layer to cut out these other bits as well. So there's lots of bits here to cut out, but very, very clear to show you. And I like this as well. You've got a little ruler on the bottom here. This is just to show you 100%. So the templates are 100%. To make sure they're accurate, you can actually check this ruler, which should be true size. So it's all very clear. Loads of people have checked out on these already, not surprisingly. Absolutely gorgeous. £24.99 to create this very, very unique cushion with Liberty prints, but not just Liberty prints, Tana lawn. So this is such a beautiful traditional fabric.
Can I just point out the colours here? So although what you had on the last hour,
yes,
the Aurifil threads, they're great for this project. I'm just using cream on here, but you know, you really ought to choose the thread and actually sew around and, you know, use hot pink for, you know, the hot pink applique. So those threads are absolutely perfect for this project.
The manager's special would be really good, wouldn't it?
Absolutely perfect for this project.
Why do you love Aurifil?
I love Aurifil. Well, it's really nice to work with. It's really good quality. It sews really nicely. The colours are awesome. I mean, Tulip Pink's colours are...
Aren't they?
Yeah, they're awesome. They're just so bright and vibrant, aren't they?
Yes.
And actually, when you come to doing the hand embroidery, they're just gorgeous for it.
Yes, I know, I agree. I just wanted your take on that as well. Thought they were beautiful.
So we're sewing around the outside of each piece. Now I'm trying to go as close to the edge as possible, and I'm just swiveling and when I want to stop, I'm using the needle down position so that I can, you know, I can reposition myself if I want to.
Yes, and just swivel round.
You can also sew it via dropping the feed dog on your sewing machine. That gives you the ability to choose the direction and the stitch length at the same time. Needs quite a lot of practice, but it's quite a good method. But actually, you don't really need that unless you've got the very intricate bits on the pattern. So I like to show it like this because I just think, well, A, I don't want to pick people off by using a different technique, and B, you know, it's actually, if you haven't got the drop the feed dog mechanism on your sewing machine, then actually, you know, I don't want to put people off the project like that because it's completely manageable. So we've gone around that. So that's that one done. We just need to go around the inside of that, but I mean, that's just a circle, so I won't necessarily show that. So you need to just sew around the inside, and then, you know, we can show. I'll do this one, and then we can start layering it up. When we start on the applique, I've got so many cables down here, haven't you? Dancing around cables. So I do a couple of stitches, and then I secure my stitches, and then we can, if it's a bit of a sharper turn, we can just lift the foot there. So it's a really, you can come back to it. You can just do a little bit. You can come back to it time and time again, you know, and just do a little bit at a time. You could do a bit of hand embroidery while you're going along. It's a lovely, lovely project. And as you say, you get loads of different Tana lawns to use.
I do love the way they're all beautifully coordinated there. You've got all those lovely prints again.
We spend a lot of time thinking about design.
Designer, it really does.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time at Alice Caroline to think about design and what people might like to make, and what's fashionable, what's coming into the winter. The Dresden plate's a perfect project for the winter because if the dark nights, it's just really lovely for people just to sit down in front of a telly.
Yes.
The latest. Well, they could just sit and watch Sewing Street, couldn't they?
They could. That's ideal. Yes. I've lost my Facebook page again. I don't know how I do it.
Oh, some nice comments on the Facebook. Lovely comments about your dress, your lovely dress.
It isn't. I just can't. And I don't want people to think I'm ignoring them because I'm not. Well, I think I might have found it again. Oh yes. So that was nice. Yeah. Oh, a lady asked, she said, how many different fabrics are in the 2.5 inch and 5 inch charm packs? Jill asked. We're going to come back to those in just a minute, so we will actually reiterate all of that for you, Jill.
Is she asking how many different fabrics there are?
I'm trying to see how many different fabrics there are, yes.
Oh. In the 5 inches, I think they're all different. This is testing me slightly now.
Well, we'll look in a second, so don't worry about it.
In the 2.5 inches, there are repeated fabrics.
Yes.
I think there are 9 different fabrics off the top of my head.
We will go through them all in a second, Jill, so don't worry.
I may be wrong about that, though. Maybe don't take my word as gospel. Okay, so we're building it up, and as you can see, it's really quite easy to build up. You can just pop the next layer on. Again, just use a pin.
I suppose actually you don't have to do it exactly like you have. You
can
haven't cut out all your
orientate it.
pieces. You can orientate it differently, but you could put some of those sort of, you're building up a flower like that, but you could actually have them offset and things. You could actually do it slightly differently.
Well, I always say it's your project.
It is, isn't it?
You do what you want with it. I mean, it's designed in this way because we think quite carefully about the design and about the placement of things, but there will be other people out there who are amazing designers too. So yeah, it's entirely your project, it's entirely your choice. I wonder whether you wanted me to show you some of the hand stitching.
I think that might be a good idea because I think that's a real feature. I mean, what you're doing at the moment is just sort of what you've done just now, isn't it? So do something that's maybe
I'm going to move that swivelly
a different part of it.
So we've got our bead. I'm going to have to turn this around this way because I'm working upside down.
And when I noticed that you've sort of shadow stitched around the flowers with the sewing machine, do you draw a line or do you just do that by eye?
Around here, around the outside?
Yes.
Well, you could do it by eye, or you can use the 1/4 inch marker on your sewing machine.
Okay.
It'd probably be just easier to use your marker on your sewing machine. So this is a practice bee that I did before, and it's worth getting a quilt sandwich and doing a little bit of practice before you start. And so you need to draw your bee tail on, and so you can do. This is where you can just do whatever you like. So you're drawing the flight path of the bee, which you can put wherever you want to. The bee's on a bit of a wobbly line there. Perhaps he had a glass of wine last night.
And are you using a fadeaway marking pen for that?
I am, yeah. Yeah.
The downside of doing that
sorry.
in front of the hot
I've
lights.
just drawn an awful line on my project. So obviously you're going to start at the bottom here. This is where the Aurifil threads are really good.
Yes.
I'm using a double thickness, but you can use flosses. You can, for Aurifil, I don't know if you do flosses. Do you do flosses here?
We do. Yes, we do embroidery threads, yes.
And so you can choose an embroidery thread or just use an Aurifil, that Tulip Pink Aurifil thread. And you can do a few stitches at the same time.
So Jacqueline says, can this be done as needle turn applique?
Yes, some of the finer points might be a bit difficult. So some of the points, yes, I mean it's not designed as that kind of project, but if you want to do it as that,
you can.
Then you can. So we're just drawing the flight path of the bee. And then when you go around some of the outlines of some of the flowers, so it's all in the, where are the instructions gone? Have you got, so it's all in the instructions actually.
Yes.
And there's I must show you this because this is, if I've got it. So this is a fantastic, like, do I need to orientate it differently?
Yeah, bring it round the other way.
Sorry, I do apologise, I get very confused. So this shows you where everything goes. And, you know, it's drawn your flight path, or, you know, you can put that wherever you want, you know, and it shows you where we think you can embroider. But obviously it's your project, your choice.
But it gives you a starting block.
It gives you a starting point. It, you know, obviously, you know, you do whatever you want. I mean, you could draw a really long flight path for the bee. And this middle section has got some nice embroidery on it as well. It's got some crosshatch embroidery, so that gives off really quite a nice finish as well.
I think it does. It does finish it nicely, I think. And you've done it on the other little one as well.
Is this amount of hand stitching okay for you, Wendy?
Yes. This is what I do. I've got a cushion that I really like, it was a sampler for machine stitching, decorative stitching, which I did rows and rows and rows of, and then in between that I've done hand stitching rows, so it's absolutely full of stitch, and I really love it. But yes, that's what I enjoy doing, mixing the two.
Well, this is the perfect project for mixing the two.
Definitely is. Shall we have a look at some of these charm packs? Which one would you want to go for? The rainbow 10-inch. I was going to say, have you got something and I haven't? Rainbow 5-inch. That's that one. Rainbow 5-inch. That's this one. So this is the larger of the two. So these are the 5-inch. There's 25-inch squares. And this is the one we think they're all different fabrics. And looking at this, they do look as if they are all different fabrics.
I'm sure about those. They're all different fabrics.
Yes.
I just don't know how many different fabrics are in the. I think it's 9 in the 2.5 inch.
I'll double check, but I think you're right. But look, these are beautiful prints here. So these are all different. So these are the 5-inch squares. You can do a lot with a 5-inch square, including cutting it into quarters, triangles, strips. They're all Tana lawn. This is Liberty Tana lawn. Some prints you'll just look at and you'll think that's definitely Liberty. It's so iconic. And others are sort of more modern, but they're still these beautiful Liberty prints. And they are, because it's on such a fine cotton, the print is beautiful. It's really fine, really lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. So this is the rainbow pack. 20 of these in here. Absolutely gorgeous. And we also have this pack in 2.5 inch. Just keep those together. Which one is it? Which one? No, I'm trying to figure which one it is that's open. Let me have a look, because I've opened them. That's that one. Is that one? Yes, I think it's that one, not that one. I think that's the pinks. I think it's this one. So this is what it is. This is the pack here. This time you get 36 prints. Sorry, 36 pieces. 36 pieces of 2.5 inch. And if I lay them out, we can see what we get here. Aren't these beautiful? Again, these are the same lovely prints. these are all different so far. I think you're right. I think there's 9. Aren't they all beautiful? You really could, couldn't you? But you don't have to, I mean, this if you use them all, you can get a 10-inch, you said you can get a 10-inch square cushion front, didn't you, out of these? But actually, if you intersperse these with planes, you can make a bigger cushion front. And of course, you can get them half and half, so you could fold those into triangles. So yes, you get 9 different prints in this one. But 36 in all. So that should be 3 of each, shouldn't it? Quick math. Just do maths on a Sunday, really. Jeez. Is there 4 of each? Well, you were a bit slow in getting that right, Paul. I gave you that opportunity. Yes, there we are. So you get 4 of each, 9 different designs. Isn't that lovely? So this is, which one did we call this one? The rainbow. This is the rainbow. So that's the rainbow selection. So you've got 4 of each. And as I was saying, you can actually, of course, you don't have to use them as squares. You could use them as triangles as well. Now, blue is incredibly popular. Now we have this in 5-inch squares and 2.5-inch squares. This is the 5-inch squares. Blue's always popular. I think it is a popular colour, isn't it? So again, these are all the colours. So in this set, they're all different. I do love that berry design.
Oh, the Wiltshire.
Mm.
Yeah, it's it's very historic actually. It goes back to, I think, the 1950s. It was designed by a famous Liberty designer, but an unknown one. Nobody knows who they are.
Wow.
Apart from them, I guess.
They probably do. Let's hope so. Did I design that? So really lovely. All these are different. So you have 20 different prints. Excuse me. Squirted hand sanitizer. It came straight out. Don't know where it went. Right. I think it's all the fibres you see. It makes me cough. But this is the blue. So this is the blue 5-inch. And we also have this in the 2.5-inch. So in the 2.5-inch one, this is it here. So it's 2.5 inches of all of these little designs, and you've got 9 different designs, 36 pieces in all. So 4 of each. Oh, guess what it says on the back?
Does it say?
9 different fabrics, 4 pieces of each. It says it there for you. And then this is just some ideas of what you can do with it. So this is the blue pack at £9.99. I think it's a nice gift in itself, isn't it? That is. Nice little gift.
A lovely gift for somebody who loves to sew.
Yes, definitely. So that's really, really pretty.
Or craft, or do anything really.
And we also, so this is the blues, so you can have the blues as the 5-inch or indeed the 2.5-inch. And then finally we have the pinks in both. Oh, dearie me. So the 5-inch ones.
I don't know how you do 5 hours. It's amazing.
It's like, but towards the end I do start sort of coughing and sneezing. I think it's all the
from
fibres.
2 hours feeling quite comatose, to be honest. So it's amazing.
It's a good thing I like talking for England, isn't it, really? So look at the pinks on this. Look at these. So again, these are all different prints. Really, I love this big print here. That's gorgeous. And although they are prints, because it's such fine cotton, the print does go through to the back as well.
Well, that's what one of the things I always say about working with Liberty prints is that some of the prints you have to be super careful about which is the right and the wrong side. That Mitzi white on the Wiltshire Star cushions, you have to be really careful which is the right and the wrong side. Although actually you can't really tell if you do it incorrectly. But
it's not more difficult to work with. Anna's asking if it's more difficult. I say it's more difficult, but it is a case of making sure that you mark some way the wrong side.
Oh, it's not difficult to work
so
with
that
at
you
all.
know,
I mean, it's a dream to work with in a sewing machine,
and hand sewing and everything. It's just if you to make sure you know which is the right and which is the wrong. Just mark on the wrong side. Yeah, and you just mark it so that you know.
The really strong prints, it's pretty clear, but just occasionally you double take.
Yes, but I think that's nice. I think it's nice because sometimes if the inside shows, it's nice that it looks as good.
Yeah, actually, we run a project called the Quilt SOS project, which is people making charities for quilts for charity. And one of the ladies has just brought some quilts in, and she's intentionally used the wrong side of the fabric to give it a completely different look, and it's amazing. It looks amazing. So it just goes to show that you don't, it just gives a different look, doesn't it?
It does indeed, yes. So this is the pink. So this is the Pink's 5-inch ones, which I'm just carefully trying to put away but not succeeding. This is the pink 5-inch. And then we have the pinks in the 2.5-inch as well. So again, what we have on this, I'm just going to scatter them. What we have is 4 of each prints times 9 different prints. But all of these lovely prints, but in the pinks. You can see, aren't they gorgeous? Just sort of randomly scattered, look how lovely they look. Do you know how many different designs there are in Liberty prints altogether? I mean, I know you've got
like
600
ever.
Yes, ever. That's got to be a good quiz question, hasn't it?
No.
No, it's not a good quiz question.
Well, it is a good quiz question, but I don't know the answer.
Don't know
to
the
it.
answer.
But if I don't know the answer to it, I don't.
No, that anybody probably will. Maybe the archivist will or something.
Well, the archivist would know. Yeah, so I mean there'll be thousands because of seasonal prints coming out all the time, and so yeah, the answer will be thousands. But we Alice Caroline pride ourselves in having a huge selection, and we've got 600, so that includes seasonals. So you get seasonals, so they bring out a seasonal collection for spring, summer, and then for autumn, winter, and then there's a classics collection, which is a sort of a standard collection, which are all the really super famous Liberty prints, which are always available. And then we've got a lot of those you see are our Alice Caroline exclusive. So we produce exclusive prints working with the design team at Liberty. So Alice sort of takes prints, designs, and then recolours them.
That's not something anybody can do, is it?
It's not something that anybody can do, and actually we're the only people who've added something to a Liberty design. So on the Betsy colourway, I was talking about adding the butterfly on. So it's quite a coup, really, to be able to do it.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually, it's really quite fun, and they're great to work with, the Liberty design team. I mean, Alice does all that, really. Alice designs all the different colours.
Where are you based?
We're based in the Cotswolds. Is probably the easiest way of saying it. So a little village called Conderton.
Very nice. It's a nice area.
It is a lovely area. We're very lucky. We just walk out and walk into fields, and It's great for photography.
which is handy.
Which is handy. I'm just trimming this down to 16-inch block, which I drew on the lines originally so that you had the lines to work within. So when you're adding your pieces. So we're trimming it down, and then you add your envelope backing, which is a very simple backing. And I'll just finish trimming this side down, and then I'll show you my stitching.
We're going to repeat this one again in just a minute, just to give you the details of this one again. Hundreds of people have already checked out, so well done if you've already got this. It just gives you an idea of how popular this has been.
The Flower Power.
The Flower
Yeah,
Power
it's
cushion
lovely.
and these charm packs and all of these lovely things.
So you can see here that I've been going around the outside using a hand stitch with one of those really nice bright Aurifil threads.
Yes.
And then I've done my bee flight
bee.
path, which this will obviously fade away. And yeah, so it's just, and you can add whatever detail you want to it. We've just, given you an idea of what we think you should do, but it's entirely up to you
Yes,
what
well, I
you
think
do.
that's the nice thing about it, isn't it? You can make those choices.
You can.
Really beautiful. I just love all this. I keep fiddling with these little tiny squares. I just love all these little squares. I think they're gorgeous.
Well, they're called charms, aren't they? And
They
it's a
are.
great
They are
word
charming,
for them,
aren't
isn't
they?
it? They are charming.
Yes, absolutely.
But you can see, I guess, how this builds up in not too, obviously I made some of this beforehand, but it doesn't take too long to build it up and make it look like a beautiful thing. And actually, it's a beautiful gift.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. As a kit in itself for somebody who sews, but also made up, what a lovely gift that would be.
I know.
These are so lovely. More people are putting them into their baskets, which is not surprising at all. These are really, really beautiful.
Do you recognise any of the prints?
Some of them definitely, yes. I think some of them are very sort of classic prints, aren't they?
Yeah.
So yes, definitely recognise them. I think some of the sort of little sort of floral prints, they're just so obviously Liberty.
Yeah.
They have that look about them. And then, as I say, some of them you just think, well, that's a bit of an unusual one for Liberty.
Well, that's
I can't
probably a
find one to
seasonal.
hand. Yes, possibly a seasonal one.
Yeah.
But the seasonal ones, do they sort of, once they're out of season, are they stopped or do they then get back?
Some of them move to the classics range if they're really popular, but some of them do, they never come out again.
Oh, right, so it does depend sort of how popular they are.
Well, I mean, lots of the seasonals are actually designed for companies to make clothing out of. So,
Yes.
I don't know, like really famous shirt designers might use the seasonal prints to make shirts. How lovely.
Oh, they would, I'm just thinking of John there with his shirts. Look, this is for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can you imagine him with one of his lovely shirts?
Perhaps we should give John some fabric and he can make himself a shirt.
I don't know if he does make his own. I mean, I know he's capable of making his own, but I'm not sure he does. He doesn't. Well, he hasn't got time, I wouldn't think.
Probably hasn't got time, no. See this dress I made, and this is a classic William Morris. It's called Loddon, but it's a William Morris design. I don't know if it's looking maybe a bit fussy on the telly, but as a design, but it's, it's just a fantastic print to use, and it's, a really well-known Liberty print.
Yes. We've got about 2 more minutes, Anna.
Oh, great. So maybe
any key points that we can learn from you?
Yeah, so I'm just going to, when you finish a piece of thread on your hand embroidery, you just need to finish it on the back, taking care not to go to the front.
Yes.
I just do several stitches over and over and then cut it off. What else can I give you tips on? I mean, you know, use a practice piece first. Have a go. You don't need to use the Tana lawn. You can use anything, but it's quite useful to have a little practice of the applique if you've never done it before. But it is actually very simple. This then has an envelope cushion back on it. I haven't got that far. I can't do the binding without. I could talk through the binding though. So once you've got your envelope cushion back, so you would do right sides together. Actually, ignore me. Wrong side, because we're putting a piping on it. So it's wrong side to right side.
So you get the fabric to do this. Is the fabric you've got?
You get the fabric to do that. So you've got your envelope cushion back, and then to do your binding. Now it won't surprise you that I like a bit of hand sewing on a binding. So you can do this in two ways. You can either, and this is the way I'm doing it because I like it, and I like a hand sewn finish. So you can either pin it to the front, machine sew it all the way along, fold it to the back, and then hand finish it. Or you can, so you would fold it to the back, wrap around your raw edge, and then I'd hand slip stitch that to the back, just because I like a hand finish. But you can machine it to the back and then machine it to the front if you prefer.
Yes.
You would be doing that, Wendy, wouldn't you?
No, I'd probably use my, I'd probably put piping in it, therefore I would put it on the front before I put it to the back. Yeah, so you can put piping
in it. I mean, that would look really, really nice too. And I love this binding. I love the cape or mustard. It's just such a gorgeous, and it fits perfectly. I just think it finishes off. It sort of frames it, doesn't it? Yeah.
It finishes the cushion off beautifully.
Actually, rather than calling it mustard, I'm going to call it honey coloured.
Honey coloured because of the bees. Yes,
because of the bees.
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, it's a lovely project. You can pick it up and put it down. It's it's a really nice thing.
I think it's absolutely beautiful, really beautiful design. So congratulations to everybody who's bought that, because I think it's absolutely fabulous.
Great. Very exciting to see here again.
It's good, isn't it? Now, I'm afraid you do have to check out if it's in your basket, because it is going incredibly fast and we don't want you to miss out because you haven't checked out yet. We're going to recap the one from the first hour, the blocks. So we're just going to use the images here. So if you just have a look. So this is the option to create this quilt over time. So what we have 3 blocks. We're starting it today with the first 3 blocks. It's all of the same design, so it's that Dresden plate design, or based on a Dresden plate, because sometimes they're more angled. But you get all the fabrics to do that one block there in block 1, which is the Mitzi red. So you get the white for the backing, as well as the Dresden plate bits, as well as the bits to go for your borders around the edges with the little corners. And you get the templates. So if you just wanted it as a cushion front, that's it. That's what you've got there. Perfect. But if you wanted to, you can get block 2 as well. And this is block 2. So again, £24.99 for block 2. Now these come up at 19 inches square. So this is another block, so it's a different colour range. This is called Rainbow. So it's all about sort of rainbows. Every single block has got a whole rainbow of colours in it. So it's Over the Rainbow Quilt block 2. This is sort of the pinks. And then you've also got the last block today, which is block 3. So this is called Fion Yellow. This is block 3. And again, so you've got all of those lovely colours. And if you make the entire quilt, which is going to be over the next few months, so the next session is 7th of November, when you'll get blocks 4, 5, 6. And then 29th of January, you'll get blocks 7, 8, 9, and the finishing block. So you can do the whole quilt and sort of do a sew along at the same time. The block is the same every time, but it's different colours, prints, different fabrics. All Tana lawn. You will end up, if you do the whole quilt, 144 different Tana lawn prints in the quilt. It's not exactly as that one. They're slightly different prints because we've got some of the seasonal ones that have been out this year. But that's the final look of the whole quilt. And it's, what did you say, 75 inches by
82?
82, I think it was. Does it say it on here? That's the cushion.
Yeah, sorry,
Oh,
I
hold
can't.
on.
I think
Put
it's
it on the floor.
75 by 82.
Yes, 75 by 82 is the finished block. Finished quilt, sorry. So each block is 19 inches. So if you wanted to do just one, or you wanted to do 3 for a table runner, or you wanted to do 3 for cushion covers, or if you want to do all 9 as cushion covers, you don't have to do them as a quilt. But if you do want to sew along and do this whole quilt with Anna, then they are going to come over 3 classes. Thank you, Anna. It's been a pleasure. So I catch you just as you're having a quick slurp of water.
Yeah, no problem. It's been really fun.
It's been good fun.
Yeah, I can't wait till the next time.
Really good. And beautiful fabrics, absolutely lovely. So well done if you have got involved in the quilt today or managed to get your cushion, this beautiful flower power cushion. Do check out, because hundreds of people have, and it is brand new today, exclusive to us at the moment. So don't miss out on that, do. Just going into a break, and I'll see you back in just a few minutes.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in the school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire, I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I had then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Welcome back. Here we are again, last hour of the day. But every single thing here, everything I've got in front of me is 20% off. The price you see to start with is not the price that you're going to pay. So let's start as we mean to go on. We're going to start with some dressmaking fabrics. Now, these are all by the half metre, so the price that you are going to be paying is by the half metre. So if you're thinking of clothing or dressmaking, then do remember you need to buy multiples. Our first one, oh, this is beautiful. This should be £6.99 a half metre. It's always been £6.99 a half metre. Look at the width of this. Look at the width of that. This will be, you will pay £5.93. Unfortunately, we can't crash it on the machine. Our machine's playing up. But it is £5.93 for a half metre. See how wide that is? So basically you're saying £1.48 per half metre, or so that's sort of, if you think about it, that's nearly £3 per metre you're saving. So this is a very soft, lightweight, fluid. It's a mixture, isn't it? 100% viscose. Oh, it's sold out. All right, okay. Okay, I'll put this one away. This one. Ooh. This is, yes, it's 569. No? Yes? No. No. AGR 598. Yes. This is this one. Again, let me open it up so it's nice and wide. So this is 55% linen, 45% viscose. So the beauty of this is you've got the look of linen without the constant creasing. So that's really lovely. Look at the colours on that. That's beautiful. 145 centimetres wide. Now it should be £8.49 for half a metre, but it is going down by 20%, taking it to £7.20. So you will be paying £7.20 per half metre, a £1.80 saving on each half metre. It does add up with dressmaking, definitely. Because, I mean, again, if you wanted to say, let's say you're going to make a shift dress, you maybe need 2.5 metres. So then you'd ask for 5 units. And each of those units, you are saving £1.80. So it does make up a lot of discount. And it would, I'm just sort of seeing if there's a pattern here that this one would suit particularly. Not sure if there is on this little part, because we've got some patterns as well. This would suit the dress we did yesterday, the Betty dress, yes. It would look good in that Betty dress. It would work for lightweight trousers. You could make palazzo pants, you could make trousers, because it's got that linen mix in it. It would be able to make a nice shift dress out of this. So this would definitely make those different things. It's very pretty. People are, of course, checking out multiple units. Should be £8.49 per half metre. Now the price for all of these will go back up at midnight tonight, so it's only on this show now that we're getting this discount, or of course until stocks last, as we've just seen one go. So that's a really nice piece there. Lake Como check. 535? Yes. They've called it tartan, but it's not tartan. It's not a tartan. That's a particular print, isn't it? Look at this. Look, oh my goodness, look. How wide is this? Is it 106? Is that 60 inch, 150? Let me have a look for you. I think that's 150, but I'm going to measure. I have come handy, take measure. This is already an amazing price at £3.99 per half metre, but that's not what you're paying. It's going to go to £3.38 for half a metre. So yes, 150 centimetres wide, which is 60 inches wide. Beautiful for shirting, if you wanted to make shirts. Really nice. Lightweight kimono. Pyjamas. This would be lovely as pyjamas. So again, obviously you need multiples for this. If you were thinking about pyjamas, we have a pyjama pattern here. Pyjama pattern, which I forgot to bring my glasses over with me. What have you got? So you do need quite a lot here for lounge pants and shirt. 60 inches wide. It will be I'm trying to see this in new money, £3.40, oh sorry, 3 metres 40 you'd need for a pair of pyjamas. So you could get a really lovely pair of pyjamas out of this. You'll pay £3.38 per half metre, but that's what you're going to pay, that final price, £3.38, not the price that we just showed on the screen. So that is a lovely sort of shirting weight fabric in a check, a lovely check. This one, oh, I like this one. This is lovely. Just to check the code, 528. This is a cotton poplin. Cotton poplin. Again, this is a wide width. Now this is going to £6.78. So again, it's 150 wide. So it's 150 wide, so nice and wide there. This one's great. This one, oh, it's going to crash. £6.78 per half metre. And it is lovely. It's it's like a medium weight. Great for a full skirted dress or skirt. Again, you could make trousers out of this if you want to make some really colourful trousers. We're talking about, but don't forget, these fabrics can be used for quilting, bag making, etc. as well. This would be great for bag making. It's nice, sturdy cotton poplin, really pretty design, lots of detail. Don't forget, you only pay 1 P&P as well. So if you've already bought something today, you don't pay P&P again. We are crashing these prices. Is that the crashed price? That's the crashed price. It's £6.78 per half a metre. For sort of dresses, full skirted dresses, I tend to go for 3.5 metres. If you were doing a shift dress, 2.5 metres. So it depends what you're making from these things. But do remember to buy multiples if you're thinking dressmaking. But if you're thinking bag making, this 1/2 metre will make you a really fabulous tote or weekender bag. You could make us out of something like this. Absolutely fabulous. Really lovely print, and again, incredibly wide. Just hugely wide, look. Really lovely. A nice firm weight, so it holds shape. We also have, oh, we've got so many of these beautiful fabrics. This one? This is 593. This is fun. Oh, and I've got it upside down. Look at that. You'd wear a shirt in this, would you? It's taken our 20% off. This comes down to £6.79. This is for the half metre. It's 55% linen, 45% viscose, 145 centimetres wide. So that's a lovely print, isn't it? We are limited on this one, and when it's gone, it's gone. But again, you know, I can see this in a kind of kimono style robe for the beach. Paul sees it as a shirt. This is nice, and it's because it's that mixture. It's going to be lovely to wear in the summer, and it doesn't crease like linen. It's got a mixture of linen and viscose. Very pretty. I love the prints on that. The flowers. Half the stock's gone into baskets that we've got available, so don't forget, do check out if you definitely want this, because it's not yours if it's just in the basket. Got the design on it. We have another one like it with different leaves. Okay. This one here, I think. Is this it? 537. Okay. Taking this one down as well. Look at this one. So it's a similar design here, but this time it's a different colourway. But again, we've got the sort of the leaves, the flowers, the palm trees, and it is that mixture again. This one is called green, stripy palm green. So this half metre is £6.79. That's our reduced price for half a metre. Again, it's 55% linen, 45% viscose. It's never been this low before, and it's only this low until midnight tonight. And that mixture means it'll be lovely and cool to wear. The detail of the leaves, the berries, the flowers, I think it's lovely. It's a really fun design. If you've got outside cushions to make, you could use this for your outside cushions. It would look nice. This one, oh, we've had this one before. I like this one. This one screams kimono to me because it's quite lightweight. I love that. I love the colours, the way they just rush out. Really pretty. It was $7.99 for half a metre. It's going to crash down, so this is the price that everybody would pay for today, £6.39 for half a metre. So £6.39 for half a metre of this. Absolutely lovely. It's a viscose, it's very soft and floaty. It'll gather well, it'll pleat well, it'll hang beautifully, really drape. Isn't it a beautiful colour? I do like that, that's absolutely gorgeous. I love this, sort of the pop of yellow in it, it really punches out. Very lightweight, very fluid fabric. As I say, nice little kimono top would be gorgeous with that, which you can then wear with black. You see a sarong for the beach. So wrong is so right. Or a cover-up. Yes, a beach cover-up would be good. Absolutely beautiful. Got loads of these lovely fabrics. No, that's a 50. This one? Ah. It's not that one, is it? Yes, $5.69, that's it. It's this one here. And again, 20% off this. It was $7.99. Goes £6.39. So again, this is a viscose. So it's a lovely, soft, fluid, easy gather, easy pleat. It's got a linen look to it, even though it's 100% viscose. 135 centimetres wide. So again, I think this would make that Betty dress, but it would make a more fluid, more looser version of it. So people are going on holidays later, or just be prepared for later on this, you know, this year. I mean, this, because of the colourways of this, is quite autumnal colours. You could make a little dress out of this. You can make a lined dress out of a lighter weight fabric, and then you could even make a pinafore style dress, and then you wear a jumper or a long sleeve t-shirt underneath it, or skirt, a nice long skirt, because it will gather beautifully. Nice floaty skirt. So it's very pretty, very soft and fluid. Don't forget, you can call your order through. You don't have to do it online. It is completely free to phone an order through. Dark background with leaves. This one here. This is like a scuba. Oh, that's also 512. Okay. NOR 512, yeah. They all have their unique code numbers, you see. This is how we work it. So again, this is a lovely, this is a viscose again. Should be £7.99 a half metre, going to £6.39. We are very limited on this one. Can you see the detail though? Look at the birds. See these birds here? This is beautiful. It's like a very dark green background. Very pretty. Again, you know, blouses, tops look lovely in this. Lovely, soft, fluid, easy to gather. Very easy to wear. It feels silky. It's viscose. Very lovely fabric. Oh, sold out. Not even going to get folded up. That I will do in a bit. This one? This one hasn't got a code on it, you know. Okay, this one, this was £7.99. It's like a little, it's not a polka dot because it's not actually a sort of dot, it's like a little splash. But it's going to go down. This is 100% cotton lawn, 145 centimetres wide, and it's now £6.39. They will go back up at midnight. The prices will go back up at midnight. Again, if you look closely, it's not actually a polka dot. It's like a little splodge, if you can get in. Nice little lightweight blouse, yes, definitely. Can we get closer, Paul? Because I just want to show it's not actually dots. That's it. You can see it's like a little splodge, like little rain spots. It's really lovely. And this is a cotton lawn. That's really lovely. Nice wide fabric as well. Don't forget, these prices are all by the half metre. So if you are thinking of clothing, you do need to multiply that by the number of units you need. If you're thinking about patchwork and quilting, this would be great for that too. Half the stock has already gone into basket, so that's a really nice one. Yes, that's it. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Now this should be 79.5 metre, but we're going to crash that price. So this is going to £6.39 a half metre. Look at the way this gathers and folds. Look how beautiful that is. It's a chalet lawn. It's 100% viscose, and it's 140 centimetres wide. Is it strobing a bit on this? Okay, so it's really beautiful. So it does move beautifully. It flows beautifully. A lovely full floaty garden would look lovely in this. Really feels very, very silky. Yes, do check out if you're into it, because a lot of people are going for this one. So do check out if you want it. We don't want you to miss it. And don't forget, if you've got anything from the previous hours in your baskets, if you check out, you're not going to pay post and packing again. So you can check out and then come back and check out again. It's not a problem or an issue, but it does mean you're sure of getting what it is you want. This is really lovely. Really pretty, pretty. Definitely lovely floaty thing. It's got a very silky feel to this. Ah, we have the scuba. This is this one. Look at the colours on this. Aren't they gorgeous? Look at this. Now this should, I don't even know if I can hold it out, can I? Just about. Oh. Just about, I'm trying. Look, I can just about hold it out the full width. That is so wide. It's 96% polyester, 4% spandex. Now this is often, it's a digital print on there. So this is often used. So this is called sort of scuba, basically, and it's a very stretchy fabric. And it's what you would wear this for is like bodycon dresses. So if you're wanting to wear something very fitted, this is what you can go for. This really sort of lovely thing. Great for leggings and things like that too. Sort of fitted tops, fitted dresses, but they would be fitted. It's got lots of, it's a firm fabric, but it's got lots of stretch in it. So it is, yeah, absolutely a fabulous fabric to work with, and these lovely autumnal colours. Very, very wide. Let me just double check the width for you, unless you know. So yes, it's 150 wide. So it's lovely. In fact, it's a bit wider than that. It's 74 by 2. Yeah, 158 centimetres wide. That's really nice. That's a lovely one there. So that's our scuba. I love the colours on that, very autumnal colours. Got one with big peacocks on. Have I? Is it this one? Let's have a look. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. No. I can't find one with peacocks on. Okay, so you just have to look at it on there. I can't find it on the desk here. This is a viscose fabric. It's definitely not that one. None of those ones. Nope. So this is it. So you can see it on the still there. It's 97% viscose, 4%, 3% spandex. So again, it's more like a scuba-y type one. So how much wide? 130 centimetres wide. So it's a lovely print, isn't it? And it's got peacocks on it. Oh, I don't have it. Oh, that's a nice one. I'm sure it's absolutely gorgeous, that one as well. Then, stretch suede, this brown one. I just want to keep stroking this. This is RHR521. Yeah. So again, lovely and wide. And it is, you just want to stroke it. It's not true suede, it's faux suede. But you do have to make sure you cut it in one direction because you will have shading. 100% polyester. And it's 145 centimetres wide. It's difficult to tell right from wrong, so this is occasion. Can you see how the light is different when I turn it over? So that looks darker than that. So you do have to make sure you choose which side is your right side and mark the wrong side, so you make sure every piece is the same side out. Beautiful. Really lovely, that. And so again, not only can you make clothing out of this, imagine making a nice pair of trousers out of this. They'd be lightweight trousers because it's quite lightweight. Or even a shirt dress. You could make a shirt dress out of this. This would be lovely. Just make sure, as I say, that you use the sort of grain line all the way down the same on every piece. But so soft and comfy to wear. Or a big sweatshirty type of top. Really nice. Lovely for autumn. You feel very comfy in that. Lightweight jacket, but then you'd have to line it with something. You could line it with maybe that peacock fabric. Which one do you want me to go through now? Okay. This one. This is sort of a chocolatey brown. Beautiful print. It's now gone down to £6.39 per half metre from £7.99. It's gone down. We've had this one before, actually. It's a very lovely print. It is lovely colours for the autumn wardrobe. Really lovely. It's got some stretch in it. What have we got? What's this made of? Do we know? Yeah, so 98% viscose, 2% spandex. And it's 140 wide, so you've got that stretch in it, which is lovely. So again, if you wanted to have leggings, you could make leggings. You can make a dress. You can make a top. Absolutely lovely. So again, do go through. These prices are only until midnight tonight. So do go through and check out if you've put these in your basket so that you don't miss out on them. Light blue. Is it this one? I haven't got a code on it. Oh, here it is. Yes, this is it. So this is very lightweight again, very floaty. You can see how it's so floaty, and because it's really light and floaty, you can make sort of quite voluminous things because it will pleat and fold beautifully. So you know, I can see it in something like. Oh, I tell you what, something like one of these patterns here, something like that. Look at that. We're going to reduce these patterns too. We'll come back to that. But something that's very similar to the pattern that Adele was wearing yesterday. Really, really beautiful. Something sort of floaty, voluminous. Making the most of the fact that it is very, very floaty, very fluid, beautiful fabric. I love the blue as that as well. It's a very nice, that'll take you sort of trans-seasonally, I think. It goes all through the seasons. Because it's got the blues that's summery, but it's not too bright. Now half the stock of that one has gone. But it's a beautiful fabric. Getting down to our last few pieces. Just orange on its own. Oh, it feels very soft and silky. So this is coming down to £6.39. It's 100% viscose. So again, 140 wide. What you have is this sort of very fluid, floaty fabric. Oh, this is definitely for late summer holidays, isn't it? So you can see it sort of will gather, it will pleat. It's beautiful, very soft and floaty. Lovely fabric there. 100% viscose. Now this is one, you're talking about a sarong, this is one that would be perfect for a sarong or a quick cover up because it's the same both sides, so when you sort of tie that knot in the sarong you're not seeing the wrong side of fabric. Yes, you can do like a long kimono, like a kimono kind of dressing gown type thing, but you wear as a cover. I love the bright colours, I agree. You can indeed. So what Hannah's saying is you can use a plain dress. You can have like a plain black dress and then you have a like beautifully coloured cover up, different cover ups for each time. It is an affordable way, so you can have a really posh dress and then change your outfit by just changing what you wear with it. So that is, or a wrap or anything would be beautiful in that. It's lovely and soft. Got the last few here. Oh, this one, I've missed that one. This is, look at this. Look at that print. You can do a kimono in this, most definitely. You could do a lovely bright top in this. You could do a lovely dress in this. It's lovely. It's really beautiful print. So £6.39 once it's been reduced. That's what the price of it. And is this a 100% cotton or a cotton mix? So it's 100% viscose. Ooh, crepe linen look. 145 centimetres wide, so it's nice and wide. And it's a crepe linen look. It sort of looks like cotton. Has that feel to it as a lightweight cotton to it. It is lovely and fluid. A lovely big bold print on it. So again, you want a nice simple garment. You don't have too many seams, so you're not cutting too much into that print. Just make the most of that lovely colour. Yeah, it is lovely, that one. Lots of people just put it into their baskets, might only have enough for one more person. So if you want it, don't let it go. The one with the ducks? This way, towards me. This way. Oh, this one. Oh, it's like denim. Oh, right. Okay. This is JUR 512. Yes. So, yes, this is like a dark denim. Oh my goodness, it's going down from £4.99 to, how much did you say it's going down to? £3.99 a half metre. This is, so it's nice and wide. This is 77 twice, it's 140, 154 centimetres wide. There is a bit of stretch, so it's probably got a little bit of elastine in it. If you're using it for bag making, you definitely just stabilise it with some interfacing or wadding behind it. If you're using it for clothes making, I mean, this would make fabulous jeans actually. Give that little bit of stretch. You know how mostly jeans have that bit of stretch in them nowadays, don't they? So you have that in there. Again, it would make that pinafore dress from yesterday beautifully. It would make the Betty dress with the buttons down the front beautifully. I've seen quite a lot of denim dresses lately. Make skirts. It's like a very, I don't know, it's dark, really dark blue or grey. It's difficult to tell. This fabric is blue next to it, so I'm not sure. But very nice. So if you do want it, carry on going through. Don't just leave it in the basket because it is limited. We're down to our last few fabric pieces. Yes. this is, I love this. So this is a jersey fabric, stretch fabric. This is, yes, so you need a ballpoint needle to sew this one. It's going down to £5.59 for half a metre, and this one is about 180 centimetres wide. So it is very, very wide, but it's a lovely, this makes beautiful wrap dresses, stretch fabric like this. A really lovely wrap dress. Or if you're feeling decadent, you could make some lounging pants and top, little top to wear indoors, nice and comfy. That'd be really comfortable. But I see this as a beautiful, beautiful dress. So I'd buy about 3 metres, and it's £5.59 for half a metre. That's gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. Use a ballpoint needle. Any seam that's going around the body, you use a stretch seam, so a little lightning stitch or small zigzag. Do carry on going through, because a lot of people are taking them out after we go through the graphics. I've managed to hide that price. Where's it gone? Okay. Oh, the sticker is what I meant. Sticker, not the price. Sticker. There it is. I found it. This is lovely. I love this one. And we have one. We do have one with swans on, or ducks. Ducks, I think. Oh, are they? Oh no, they are swans. Yes, they definitely are. So again, this is really lovely. This is a viscose, isn't it? 100% viscose chalet lawn. So again, it's very lightweight. Look at that. You can be terribly royal if you have this, can't you? So it's going down to £5.59 for half a metre. Look at that. You could make, come on, let's make a nice headscarf or shawl. Oh, we make a, yes, you could do. You could make like an infinity scarf. But I feel, I feel scarf or something like that because of the swans, because of the royal connection. Because we've got these swans on there. But again, it would actually make a superb dress. It's got that lovely fluidity about it. Pleat and gather beautifully. It's very soft to the feel, very light to touch. I think it would look very smart in a shirt dress, actually. A nice A-line dress. Oh, another pattern for that one. That one here we're going to look at in a minute. This is going to be reduced. That would look lovely in that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We have got Mr. Blobby's cousin here, yes. I went and stayed in Mr. Blobby's house recently. It's not Mr. Blobby's house anymore. Where they did all the games and things, yes, Cricket St Thomas. And yes. So this is the pink Blobby. This is Mr. Blobby. This is just fun. This is just a fun one. So again, this is a stretch jersey. Yes, yeah. And we've got World Book Day coming up. Great costume for Mr. Blobby in this one. You could make some funky jogging pants in this, or, like indoors, just lounging pants. Or you can make a dinosaur costume, imagine a pink dinosaur costume. Or even something like a teddy, You could make a teddy out of this, a little pink teddy. I think it's just fun. It's a fun bit of fabric. This is half metre, so again, it's a good width to it. 78, so 278s is 140, 156 wide. 156 wide. I think it's costume dressing up. It's a fun fabric. Actually, something little leggings for a little girl, I think would look great. Or little hoodie top. Little bubbles. Just a bit different and a bit of fun. You could be a shrimp or a flamingo. So 2 more. Let's do the blue. The code is 507 indeed. Now this is a beautiful, very lightweight viscose fabric. So these are lovely and easy to sew, wash and wear. They don't crease, don't crease too badly, which I think is important. This is a dark navy blue, 140 centimetres wide. It is a good colour to have in your stash. I mean, even if you can't think of a garment with it, this sort of thing would make beautiful pockets or linings. This would make a lovely soft lining. What price is it down to? £6.39. Absolutely lovely. Just going to, I don't know if you can see that because it's just so dark, but it pleats and gathers beautifully. Absolutely lovely, as I say. Nice and lightweight fabric. And we also have our last piece of fabric here is a stripe. Oh my goodness, so it was originally £3.99. This is lovely sort of shirting again. Yes, because of the stripes. This will go down to £3.19, so you will be paying £3.19 for a ½ metre. I'm keeping it still this time. It's a lovely, is it cotton? Feels like cotton. It feels like cotton. It's a lovely, lovely print here. It's just a nice stripe. I'm not sure if it's a print or a weave actually. It's beautiful. And it's £3.19 it's going to go. This is for ½ metre, and I'm not moving it around purely because if you do on stripes and spots, it can strobe on the TV lights, not in real life. So it's absolutely lovely, really would make a beautiful shirt. Now we also have some patterns to go with some of these fabrics. And we're also taking 20% off of those as well. So firstly, now, which pattern number do you mean? Yeah. This is the last one I find, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the pattern number. Sorry, ZYS008, yes. This is it. Yes, this one here. So this is actually quite similar to the Betty dress we were looking at yesterday, but it's A-line, and it has got it's got these sort of grow-on sleeves there as well. But you've got variations too. You can have straight one, A-line one, and you can also have shaping here. So you've got shaping in seams. You do have 4 variations of a theme. It's coming below to, so it's £11.50. It's going to go down to £9.50. The price is going down to £9.50. Sorry, £9.20. It's going down to £9.20. So unfortunately, we can't get it to show on the screen because the machine's not letting us crash it. Now this is in sizes, pattern sizes, 6 to 14. Do we have it in the other sizing or just is right? 6 to 14, but I will tell you that what that means in measurements, which is the more important thing, is 30.5-inch bust to a 36-inch bust. Okay, so just bear that in mind. Don't think of 14 in the shops. It is a 36-inch bust is the highest size on that. Everybody will pay the £9.20, so it's a really lovely dress. A lot of these viscose fabrics we've looked at earlier would look superb in this. And if you are interested, looking at view A, which is this one here, so it's just above the knee, You need, for the largest size, 2.40 metres of 150 or 310. So as I say, 3.5 metres usually gets you a dress like that. We have the lounge trouser set. This is the pyjamas. 095. So this is the lounge set I mentioned earlier. So this is a pattern for, so sort of, it's mother and daughter, but actually, you know, pyjamas are pyjama, so there's no reason why it can't be for him and him as well. You just button it up the other way. This is going down to £8. This is small to large, or an extra small to extra large in sizing. And you've got two variations on the theme there. So you've got one with contrast pockets and contrast cuffs, and you have one that's all the same fabric. But you've got both the child and the adult in the same pack there. And the girl's size is, the chest size is 25 to 27 going up to 34 inch. And for adults, it's 30.5 going up to 46 inch. So it's a nice roomy PJ set or lounge pants set. Imagine, yes. That's lovely, really casual and comfy. Yes. So this is sizes 16 to 24, but again, I'm going to give you the measurements so you know that by measurements. So the 16 is a 38-inch bust going up to a 46-inch bust. So please don't worry that if you're normally a 12 in the shops and I'm now saying that you're a 16, ignore that, okay? You just go by your body measurements. This is this lovely dress. If you remember, if anybody watched yesterday and saw Adele, it wasn't this dress, but it was very similar to this dress that she was wearing. Very pretty, and she had those sort of short sleeves, but you can have sleeveless or you can have long sleeves. So there's 3 versions there of the same thing. Full instructions, of course, are inside, and tissue paper. Tissue paper on patterns, there's an advantage with that in that you can tissue fit it. So you cut out the pattern pieces to the size you want, pin them together and then try them on, front and back, so you can see that everything fits before you cut out in fabric. That's that one, I love that one. Okay. Yes, indeed. There aren't many patterns for little boys actually, and this is a nice one, but again, you know, don't sort of be restricted into little boys. There's no reason why a little girl can't wear these little shorts and shirts as well. So this is, and they're easy to make. And what you have in here is you've got 3 versions of the shirt. So they're very similar. You just got sort of contrast cuffs, or you've got a collarless version, which might be nicer for a little girl. And then you have the shorts, and they have the inseam pockets there. It's coming down to £6.79. Now this is for sizes very small. So these are actually for toddlers. Just see if I can see the body measurement size. Here we are on the envelope here. I am being challenged. So this is by weight or height. So when I'm saying weight, I'm talking really toddlers, sort of 1s to 2s, or even younger. So what you have here is their weight in pounds, 13 to 17 pounds, or height in inches, 25 to 26 inches. So sort of about that big, if you can imagine, going up to the weight of 25, 29 pounds. So this is absolutely for your 1 to 2 year olds. Beautiful. Okay, this one. Okay, I've grabbed this one because this one is for stretch knit fabrics. You've got a stretch knit guide on the back here to help you decide on that. And what you have here are 2 tops and 2 dresses. The difference in the dresses is one with sleeves and one without, and this lovely top. Now this would look lovely in that jersey fabric we had earlier. That one there, it would look lovely in that. The jacket would look lovely in that. What other jersey ones did we have? I can't remember. on those fabrics that we had. So what we're looking at here, so this one is size extra small to medium. So again, let me tell you what that means. So extra small is a bust of 29.5 inches. So it is tiny, tiny person. Going up to the medium size, which is up to 36-inch bust. Okay, so that's the size on that. But this is made for stretch fabrics this time. And it's for average ability. So it is really lovely, a lovely dress, and I think it would look superb in that. Now all the others, we've got a few other patterns here that we haven't got to, but they will be crashed. So go online, have a look. They will be crashed in price by 20%. We have got a lovely hoodie pattern. I was talking about one of those earlier. We have a unisex sort of shirt, palmer pletch design, which means you make it fit you. And then we have some children's designs if you're looking to make for Little Miss. So really lovely patterns. What we're going to do now is look at tomorrow's menu, and you will be joined by Vix, I think, isn't it, tomorrow? Yes. So at 8 o'clock, she has got a taste of autumn quilt with Wendy Orlando. So it's a good thing there's not Wendy and Wendy again. We did have that one day, it was quite amusing. At 9 o'clock, we've got a Christmas table runner with Kerry from Living in Loveliness. That will be lovely. And then Wendy is back with a tapestry bag at 10 to join Vix. It's really lovely fabrics for that one. And then Kerry from Living in Loveliness is back again at 11 with a Christmas wreath. So she's feeling very Christmassy. And then we have at 12 o'clock Yarn Lane. We pop over to Yarn Lane for Rose Crochet Cushions. So that is your day's viewing for tomorrow. Thank you so much today for joining us. I've had a great time, and it was lovely meeting Anna and seeing her beautiful cushions and quilts. And I maybe get a little bit more into hand sewing, just to join the rest of you that still love it. Until I see you next time, which I believe is the 27th of September, so week Monday, week tomorrow, have a good week.